What's going on there? Wait, is it a warm Wednesday out there today? It's a very gorgeous day. Indeed. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Wednesday. I guess as far as wonderful warm Wednesday. It's going to be even warmer, I guess, as far as by the weekend. Definitely looking forward to the weekend. Yeah, just can't wait for that. That's going to be next to summer weather, just as far as next to 80. I guess as far as degrees Fahrenheit. You know what I'm saying? What's going on there, Warrock on God? So the last time we were in here, folks, we do remember some talks, I guess, as far as about being able to put a certain something into another something and create something else, right? Well, guess what? We finally did get, I guess, as far as a V10 special for the BMW Procar. I guess as far as we did kind of play around with this idea last time we were in here, and we did finally acquire one from my own home state, mind you, too. I guess as far as this is at auction, and we're a little bit in the hole with it right now, I guess as far as, but yeah, we did get this at auction for $165,000. So I have not done anything, I guess, as far as to put it on the dyno or anything yet, I guess, as far as to figure out where she stands, but we're going to get it up there. So this gets about 100 horsepower more than our previous V6 that we tried to put in from the Renault Clio that we beefed up. Also, same as the default, I guess, as far as BMW Procar with the inline 6. So we do have that going for it. So yeah, there she is. I guess as far as we did get, we did kind of show this, I guess, as far as on stream, I guess, as far as how to get this V10 into this. We had to put some beefier tires. We had to change the stance of the rear end to be able to get that to look a little better. Kind of made it look like it fit, I guess, as far as, and quite frankly, I think it fits pretty well with this car to have the Porsche Carrera V10, I guess, as far as in this engine. Or in this car, I should say. So, I think the first thing we want to do, with this all being said, we want to get it over the dyno, because we know this engine is not 100%, and we can confirm that right now, I guess, as far as with the condition here. This is all coming from the auction, as far as what we've been able to test thus far. We can see that a lot of the engine is not 100%, so we already know pretty much off the top that we're not going to get all this horsepower, this base horsepower, but just to see what we can get as far as measured horsepower. So let's get this over to the dyno, and we're just gonna go from here. So this engine, I guess, as far as it comes from the Carrera GT, does allow for an ECU, which we do have one on this car, and I don't know for 100% for sure, I guess, as far as what condition that ECU is in. Does it tell me? Let me see if it does tell us. So the ECU, I think we got to do the so the battery and all that stuff. We can try to run a quick test on it before we run a dyno. That's not what I meant to do. Let's go like this. Really? There we go. Alright, so let's run a scanner on this and see what condition this ECU is in. So yeah, just a little bit of follow up, I guess, as far as on being able to get that Porsche Carrera GT V10 engine into the BMW Procar. So the ECU officially is in 91% condition. There's the official number. So you can see the ignition coils, as far as spark plugs and all that good stuff. So, since we do know, I guess, as far as it's not 100% engine, now we can probably refurbish this for sure, but just to kind of get a baseline, what we get in this condition. Screamer. Alright, so we're in a Class A 439. We only lose 42 horsepower as far as based on that current condition. Let me start again. Good evening. Oh yeah, you had to change. Yeah, so I was going to say you kind of threw everybody off. Because usually it is a good evening. You probably had to look at the time there a bit. You'd probably be like, oh, nope, sun's going down. Yeah, you're in that neck of the woods there. Good afternoon, good evening, I guess, as far as whatever you want to go by there, Jackdaw. Yeah, we're just going over what we've been able to do, I guess, as far as to get the Porsche Carrera GT V10 into the BMW Procar. We did acquire this at auction for a pretty hefty price, but the car was a 4-star. That's probably I'll mention that too. We're a little bit in the hole for it right now, but we're going to try and fix this one up. So we just dynoed it. We found that we only lose 42 horsepower based on this current condition. But I think we're going to fix this one up and see if we can get all, if not more power out of this thing. So let's get this over to lift A. And see what we got here. So our bays are all empty. This is pretty much all we got to work on. Our inventory is clear. So let's get this up on the lift. Get this engine pulled and see if we can't refurbish this a little bit. See if we got, let's break it down into the internals and see what's going on internally. We already kind of know, this is first, but we'll probably replace some pistons, stuff like that, and just make this a little bit more. So it gets roughly about 100 horsepower more with this V10 as compared to the default inline 6. And that's not too shabby, if you ask me. So let's go ahead and drain this oil. Oil's in pretty good shape. Engine, car itself overall is in pretty good shape. Pretty good shape. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Start dismantling some things so we can get this thing out of here. Really beefy rear tires. And that was more than an effort, I guess, as far as to kind of accommodate the shortness of the axle. Just to kind of fill in the wheel well, I guess, as far as the rear end. So based on this gearbox that we use here, it's a little bit narrower, I guess, as far as than the inline 6 one, from what we can remember. So that's part of the reason why we had to put a little beefier tire in the back. Not a big deal, though. It worked out pretty good. We'll break this down and just to kind of show how well this did work out. Really cool, I guess, as far as how the exhaust for this V10, I guess, as far as it actually lines up with the cutout that's right in this midsection of the rear bumper of the BMW Procar. That worked out really well. And so, do we need to take off just these pipes here? Let's do that. Be able to get this engine out of here. Okay, we gotta get the gearbox off. Oh, gotta take the starter off first. Look at the orientation of the starter. Kind of digs right in there instead of going parallel, I guess, as far as with the engine block. It's kind of well. The gearbox itself is kind of a engineering feat, as far as in itself. Very unique parts, I guess, as far as for like clutch and all that stuff on this V10. All right, let's get this pulled out. Let's break her down. I think we might just keep it black too. I guess as far as it looks really good with the black on it. Gotta look and see. Did we take out? I think we did. Just thought of something. Come on now. Click it. Oh my god, really? So we took out the... Yep, that's already been previous set. So we basically made this V10 based on the V6 that we put in from the Renault Clio that we beefed up. So we took a lot of the parts that were in the original BMW Procar, like the oil supply, the reservoir, I guess as far as usually on this side. So yeah, that's what I wanted to confirm, that we did do that. So let's get our crane and pull this engine out. Now we have worked on this engine previously, being in a Porsche Carrera GT. That's just how we came to the conclusion this might be a good candidate to put in the BMW Procar. And so far we're finding it works out pretty well. So far, so good. Alright, let's get this out of the way. Cool, engine's full. Let's go put this on the stand. And let's take a closer look at it. So let's start from top end, we'll work our way down. Let's see what we need, what we can repair and what we can't. I'm assuming, I guess, as far as the majority of this stuff is going to be repairable. We should not have to buy it, but we'll see how it turns out here. We want to get this to where it's 100% green build. So whatever we got to do to get it that way. Oh, don't get that fuel rail. Get it. There we go. Now this itself is the intake. Very interesting design for this V10. Yep. So there's the actual intakes here. Oh, the head. So that what we just took off was the intake. So okay. I'm educating myself as we go along, because very unique engineering in this V10. Got a lot of the similarities, I guess, as far as to V8s that we worked on, be it old school or new school. Alright, let's take these covers off. Been having a lot of fun just, you know, checking out some of these other engine builds. And comparing notes with some of the other engines that we have been working with, I guess, as far as for the... Well, that's a lot of bolts. Holy bolts, got a lot of bolts. Very intricate design to the exhaust manifold itself. Kind of looks like a metal flower of some sort. That's what it reminds me of. Or like an octopus, squid, something like that. It's crazy design. Now, whether or not we'll put some performance parts onto this, that's still yet to be determined. I'd rather, for the time being, just get it up to 100%. And just see if we can get all the power out of it, and then we can kind of go from there. I'm already liking the fact that we have the ability, at least anyway, to get the 563 horse out of this engine. I guess as far as the base power for the BMW Procar. Without doing anything else, I guess, as far as to the config of the car itself. We have not done anything to doctor it up, like we did with the V6 we took out of the Renault Clio. That's just what it gets, I guess, as far as just based on the default parameters of the car itself. So I think the fact that we do get more horsepower than the inline 6, that's definitely pretty big. Whether or not it's getting as much as it should be based on the size of the engine, that can be debated. You could probably get it to be a little bit more. Pistons maybe, and leave the rest stock. I don't even know if I want to go that deep with it. I'm not sure. As we know, as we've seen, I guess, as far as I tend to just try to do top end stuff. Just top end stuff, you know, like the ignition coils, stuff like that. And we get pretty good results, I guess, as far as by doing that. So like I said, it's kind of up in the air how deep you want to go on in this engine. But we have taken other cars, I guess, as far as with, you know, go all the way with it, as far as to do the pistons, do the heads, all that good stuff. you know, right down to the spark plugs and the ignition coils and so on. And we get some pretty crazy results. Pretty crazy results. So yeah, we'll debate this, I guess, as far as to whether or not, because we're going to probably have to replace pistons anyway in this engine, because they're probably not all going to be green. I don't doubt at all. With that being said, I guess as far as that, we will get 100% horsepower if we get everything to green 100% on this engine. I don't doubt that at all. I'm kind of curious, really, I guess, as far as to see how it performs with just all that base power into it. That's kind of what I want to do. That's my baseline that I'm looking for, I guess, as far as for starters. And then just kind of add to it from there. And if that means we got to break it back down again, I guess, as far as to put performance pistons into it, we'll do that. So far, from what I'm seeing on this engine's in really good shape. A lot of green and yellow parts. Hardly anything orange. So even though, yeah, so for what we paid for it, I guess, as far as it's kind of showing. And see why we paid as much as we got over at auction. Which I should add too, I guess, as far as it was under the estimated value. That's probably something else I should mention. We got it for, I don't know, maybe it was $2,000-3,000 under estimated value. Okay, so we've got, let's get our bottom end. Not much of an oil pan. Oh, we got to get the clutch stuff off here first, I guess. Yep, that's got to come off first before we can get that oil pan on. Do. There we go. Alright, now let's get this oil pan off. Well, the only part on this engine that has the fewest number of bolts on it is that oil pan. You know, next to the pulleys and such. And just get all these rod caps off. Look at how clean this engine looks, though. Very clean engine. Hardly anything rusty in here, which is definitely good. Really nice. This is the way we like to see our engines, I guess, as far, especially when we buy them at auction. Very well taken care of. Oh, we don't want to take that off yet. Let's see all the rod caps first. Let's not get greedy. Do. Alright, eat the pistons. Yeah, see, as we can see, a lot of them are yellow and or green. Yeah, there's some green ones. Really good shape. So kind of understandable, I guess, as far as why we only had 42 horsepower loss, based on the condition of these parts. Whoop, hold on. There we go, and we can get that crank out of there. Wow, really good shape, really clean. Pull that off. Alright, let's get these parts fixed up, I guess, as far as that we can over here at the bench. And we'll go from there. We'll take inventory. We'll take stock in our inventory. And see where we want to go with this thing. So I haven't even taken this car on a test drive since we bought it. We're just digging right into it, I guess, as far as get the engine fixed up. Get it to 100% green. Cool. I'm liking what I'm seeing, I guess, as far as what is repairable. All the cams, all the engine pieces, to include the block. Ooh, almost hit the red on that one. I want to be breaking stuff. We're pushing our luck, I guess, as far as in the hopes that we don't break anything. I think we should be good, though. Most everything is in the yellow or the orange, or the green, I should say. I think we're good. We're fine. Always that slim chance, though, I guess, as far as you can have a slip on the wrench. or the hammer and just be like, whoops, didn't mean to do that. It happens to the best of us sometimes. Alright, now getting down to the engine block. And there we go. So, alright, let's get this back on the stand. The crank and all that was good. Oh, wow. So it actually puts these... You know, and we're against this stuff, I guess, as far as... That's kind of wild. Anyway, let's get the crank back into it. That's refurbished. Alright, pistons. I'm debating whether or not I think what I want to do is just put some standard pistons in it for the time being. And, yeah, just get it to 100% green. Get her tested out, I guess, as far as with... Get all the base power that we can out of it. And kind of go from there. These pistons I don't want to use because that's not going to get us to 100% green. These are green, but they're not all 100% green, as we can see. So, what we're going to do... Put this on the list. Yeah. Like I almost forgot where I needed to go. So let's get these along with the pistons. So we need 10 of these because it is a V10. And don't forget the rings. Piston rings. And those as well. Go for each piston. Alright, let's slap these puppies in. Like I said, I don't doubt at all that we're going to be able to get all the power out of it. I want to see if maybe it will or will not require, I guess, as far as to have to redo like the ECU, because it's at 91%, I think it said. I want to see how where we can get it to. Course, probably we'll have to replace the ECU in order to get all that power. Okay, cool. I was expecting some bolts to be over here. That was wild. There's no bolts over here, I guess, as far as they're all on this end. So this would be the additional 2 cylinders, I guess, as far as in comparison to a V8. I don't know if that's why that head is designed that way. I have no idea. What's going on there, DC? What's happening today? Man, this is becoming a habit. This is the second time you come in here, so... Are you feeling a little bit left out, or what's going on? What's going on? You doing some more firming? You were doing some firming yesterday. In the rain, I think I was, if I remember right. So yeah, this is refurbished. Look at the design of this intake. Isn't that crazy looking? Not like our conventional V8 builds, I guess, as far as US V8 build. Race. Alright, so our cams are refurbished. We're doing all stock parts, at least for the time being. Just to kind of see what we can get out of this thing. For starters. Trying to do better about visiting. I am working on the server. You don't have that done yet? So you're talking about your at-home work server, right? Oh, we don't want to put that one on there. That is not 100%. Take that back.
And look at your reward!
It's a new truck! Racer Batman got himself another new truck. Is it, you know, Racer Batman, are you reselling all those trucks that you're winning? I'm just asking for a friend. What was your question about the engine? Well, I didn't have a question. I was just pointing out the fact that, like, this intake, I guess, as far as what's just crazy looking, in comparison to a lot of conventional US V8 builds that we've come across. That's all I was pointing out. Wasn't really a question. It was more of a, yeah. So it's a V10. It's out of a Porsche Carrera GT. You wish you could. Yeah, so they're all virtual, I guess, as far as that's unfortunate, I guess, as far as you have the inability, I guess, as far as to sell those trucks that we're winning. So yeah, cam gears, I want to replace these. These are not 100%. Get those on the list. So we're going to need, I think, 2 of these. Let's put this one. I think the other one is the same. V10. Yep, it is. Just making sure. Sometimes the numbers are different on it. You just gotta make sure. So the cams are in. What are we missing over here? Oh, we gotta put the timing chain in. That's right. So yeah, let's get those replaced. Trying to get this all to 100%. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So let's do the time chain. Chain, chain, chain. Chain of fools. Alright, so that's 100%. We're just working on the servers. Yeah, I would have figured by now you would have had that done there, DC. I guess as far as I know you got all the you were revamping the power in the household. I guess as far as to accommodate running the server, in-home work server. So I kind of figured you probably got that all done. You got that all figured out. Didn't set the house on fire, hopefully. So we need one of these, one of those, one of those, and one of those. Okay, let's get all these brand new. Get some new shoes, so that's just for the same thing. All right, cool. Sometimes these shoes can be different. They can all be independent of each other. In this case, they are all the same. Just need them in different positions here on the front end of the timing.
Racer Batman says, just got home and now I'm on here.
Nice. So, did we go on an adventure today there, Racer Batman? Or just went out and enjoyed the day? It's a nice day out. I did get a bike ride in, pedal bike ride in, I guess as far as earlier today. Felt really nice out. Almost felt ashamed to come inside, if I'm being honest, but we got some work to do in here, I guess as far as, so I transitioned my ambition, I guess as far as to work on this deal. You're trying to fix we're having problems with the FS server. Oh no, oh, so that server, I gotcha. You're having to fix mods. Mods? Is that mods? I think he meant mods. The actual house server is pretty much done. Yes, alright, cool. Very nice. I kind of figured that was the case, but you know, I had to ask. So power steering, that's been refurbished. Water pump, that's good. That's all refurbished. Yeah, I figured you meant mods. So, what mods are you having to fix? I hear this quite a bit, I guess, as far as with some folks, I guess, as far as I've had to try to help. I guess, as far as with trying to figure out what's wrong with mods. What I am coming to find, quite honestly, I guess, as far as Giants is not doing a very good job, I guess, as far as of testing these mods before they put them on the mod HUD. That's what I'm finding. And it doesn't surprise me. Doesn't surprise me. I think they're just trying to get these things out there so that people have things to play with, I guess, as far as with the gameplay. And they're just leaving it up to modders, I guess, as far as to do the work for them. Maybe that's fair. I don't know. Hello there, Tundra. What's going on there, Tundra? We're interested in getting in onto the server. The client gets stuck at 100%. And says compiling shader. See,
Racer Batman says, went with my dad to get a new rack for hanging our tops.
Oh, a new oh, cool. So like a drying rack. That sounds cool. Yeah, I've got one that folds up, I guess, as far as I can stick that in the corner. So it's kind of like an indoor, quote unquote, indoor clothesline. I don't have to put the stuff outside, but I can put that on my balcony, I guess, as far as, and just yeah, it's small enough, I guess, as far as to do that. That sounds pretty cool there, Racer Batman. We think it might be that we got a really old save. So, DC, I've had that problem myself, I guess, as far as with trying to open even a default map for FS25, and it gets stuck at like 55% forever, and then it'll eventually get going, I guess, as far as that. And it does get stuck when you look at the dev console. It says something about compiling shaders. So I don't even think it's so much a server issue. I think it's just an in-game issue. I don't think it's necessarily a server. I'm only speaking from my own experience. I know there's a couple other people I know that have had that same problem. I think it's a Giants issue. It's not a server issue, quite frankly. I think this deal that they've put out it needs a little bit of work. Let's put it that way. We need a water pump pulley. We need one idler roller. Yeah, I definitely feel, from what I've seen, at least anyway, there's something that Giants needs to do on their end to fix that problem. Now, but that said, I guess as far as I can see, that they've put out at least a half a dozen patches so far. Not to mention some hot fixes. And people are still having issues. So it's like, they got some work to do. That's for sure. They definitely got some work to do. So we got belts. Let's try belts. And I'm sure they'll get it there, but it's just how soon they'll get that there. That's yet still have to be seen. So we need some belts. Joe sent them an email. That was so useful. Oh, as far as to know, having that issue just on the, yeah, gave me that. So I don't feel it myself. That's just my own personal perspective of it. I don't feel it's a server issue. It's definitely a game engine issue. So hopefully they get something to fix that problem so you can run on the server. Yeah. Alright, so we need a new belt there. So some of these parts, as we can see, are in pretty good shape. But in an effort to get it all to 100% green build, we gotta replace them. Some of these parts we might be able to use in a flip. I guess as far as on a flip build. Some of these are universal. We can use them on other builds. So some of the parts are a little bit more unique, I guess, as far as to this build. So many bolts. I don't even know what the proper torque sequence would be on this thing. I'm gonna take a guess though. General rule of thumb, as anybody knows, it's usually a crisscross pattern. You don't necessarily want to go in a straight line, I guess, as far as when fastening down these types of parts, because it creates uneven pressure. I see that being done wrong in reality, I guess, as far as so many times. It makes me cringe. It's just like people don't understand, I guess, as far as how malleable parts can be and how much they can twist and flex, I guess, as far as you put the fasteners onto the part to another part. I don't even know. So now we got all these here. That's wild. I was trying to guess what the proper torque sequence would be, so I was taking a stab at it. So most of these are only green, but we're gonna get those caps replaced. So we're gonna need 1, 2, 3, 4. So that's 4 per. Okay, so 8 per side. That's 16 of these. That's a mechanics dozen, as we like to call it. Mechanics dozen. All right, let's go this way. We need 16 of these caps. Accommodate both sides, all 4 cams. Alrighty then. Alright, let's get these replaced. Yeah, so even the smallest parts, we got to get those replaced out in order to get it to completely do 100%. Dad taught me that since I was like 6. I forgot what that was and what I was saying. As far as the torque sequence, you mean? Yeah? The torque sequence? Not a lot of people know that, though. I don't think they had the proper parenting, I guess, as far as to learn that. It's like I said, I've seen it way too many times. More times than I care to count. People just don't torque things right. So not only a proper torque sequence, but also proper amount of torque. You know, they either over torque it or under torque it, and it wrecks parts. Tires comes to mind when I say that. So many times I've seen people over torque lug nuts, and it'll actually break out, I guess, as far as the center section, I guess, as far as of the rim, because you over torque it. So there's other forces, kinetic energies, I guess, as far as that are happening when you over torque. You know, the tire has to spin, and then you have forces of when you're going through corners and things like that. When things are over torqued, bad things happen. Bad things happen, and a lot of people don't seem to understand that. So I have to share this information, I guess, as far as just to let people know. There's a right and wrong way to go about torquing things down. Proper spec and sequence. In an effort to make sure there's no catastrophic failure in parts. Yeah, and the crisscross pattern. So that same goes for even lug nuts. Simple as putting your lug nuts on your deal. Don't go in a circle. Crisscross. Adequate pressure, I guess, as far as on the part. Star pattern crisscross, however you want to put it. Okay, so let's do this. That was pretty simple. Okay, so we're gonna do throttle should be refurbished, y'all. Okay. Now, this game definitely doesn't go into all that particulars as far as proper torque sequence or proper torque specification, but we have to simulate, obviously. Proper parenting. Yeah. Okay, where do we want to do next here? So I think we'll do, let's do these. Were these refurbished? They were not. So we're going to have to get new ones of these for our air filters. So it's this one and this one. We'll do all of our top ends, so that's just 2 of these. Alright. So, proprietary design, I guess, as far as for this V10, and that, we're going to get new filters, too. We must, so let's do that. And I know some of you are probably out there scratching your heads, like, why are you not putting performance parts on this thing? The approach I like to take is to see, get it to 100%, I guess, as far as in all the horsepower, and then go from there. So we need to replace these too. Okay, so we need to replace those. They're in good shape, but they're not 100%. So let's do this. 2 new ones of these. We probably will end up putting some performance parts onto this deal. Once we do get it to 100% of the horsepower we can get out of this engine. Yeah. So fuel filter, let's get a new one of those. Proper fuel delivery. I think we got this car for a pretty decent price, based on the condition of it. Okay, so that is not 100%. Let's get that replaced. No. I'm kind of curious to see if we will have to replace the ECU to get all that horsepower out of it and see how much we'll get out of it. So you're witnessing right now, I guess, as far as getting this engine to 100% green build, right? So we should be able to get a majority of all the horsepower out of this engine just by doing this. These are all refurbished. Got that raffle going on there, folks. You can grab that while it's hot. Those fluids are important around here. No obligation whatsoever, but if you want to ramp up on your fluids, feel free to get on that raffle. Okay, rod caps. These are all refurbished. So we did put just some stock of pistons and rings in it for the time being. Whether or not we will put some performance ones in here, that's still yet to be seen. I am so for the end game of this engine, the whole setup here on this BMW V10 Special. Want to see how much horsepower we can get out of this thing, but it's a little bit of a step process here. You don't dive right into it. We got to get it running right. All that first. We got to bench it that way first, I guess, as far as before we start doing that. So oil pan, very streamlined oil pan. Not like a conventional oil pan where it has the sump in it, if you will. Alright, and we're going to flip this back up right side. I think we just need to put the clutch stuff on. Get our back end. Very proprietary design to the clutch parts. Wait, was that green? Or 100% I mean? Hold on. You wanted 100%. I don't think that was. Why you don't let me take it off? There we go. Okay, that's... Yep, it was 100%. So that got fixed. What about this one? So these are both repairable, apparently. So in comparison to a lot of the parts that are on the conventional clutch systems that we see on our V8 engines, all these clutch parts are actually repairable in this engine. That's cool. Just take a note of that. Alright, so that engine build is done, and that should be 100%. So let's get this off the stand. And we will confirm in our inventory. Ta-da! 100% green. So, what we want to do now is get this engine back into the car. Let's move this back over to A. Jackdaw got some fluids. GG's. Let's put this back in. And we're going to get it all hooked up, I guess, as far as on the bottom end. Re-dyno this and see where we're at. So let's move this out of the way. Let's button it up on the bottom end. Put some fresh motor honey into it. So 42 horsepower loss is what we previously had in its previous condition. So we're going to see what we get out of it being in 100% condition. So gearbox is refurbished. Interesting gearbox. Very unconventional to what we're used to seeing. Probably conventional in the sense that it's you know, where does originates in its engineering, but not very conventional here in the U.S. So let's put these pipes back in. I'm gonna leave these in here like they are. I don't think that'll affect too much. We'll find out though. I think we'll probably get that to 100% as well. Just kind of feeling out here to see what we can get out of it. Replacing the bare minimum of parts. Very thick meats on this this V10 special. Alrighty then. That was in an effort, I guess, as far as to get the look that we're going for, I guess, as far as on this car. It's got a big engine. It's got to have some meat, big thick meats in the back. Alright, so let's get some motor honey on the top end. This has been a fun car, I guess, as far as to kind of come up with a different config for it. Look at how nice this engine kind of fits into this engine bay. So it normally has an inline 6. This is the Porsche Carrera GT V10 in a BMW Procar. Alright, let's get some oil. Where's the oil filled? Right there. Some fresh motor honey into here. A drying rack, sorry, computer issues. Yeah, we caught that there, Racer Batman. No worries. Oh, I think I overfilled it. I might have overfilled it. Where's the dipstick on this thing? The dipstick, I think I might have overfilled this thing. Right there. What are you calling a dipstick, by the way? Yeah, that's fine. We're maxed out. Nice and clean. Alright, so we got motor honey into it. Let's do, really quick, a test. We'll do a fuel pressure test, and let's get this all on the board. So how is that rack working out, I guess, as far as... I know I like mine. So it's kind of like a clothes rack in a store. You know, where it's round. And I can fold it up like really skinny, I guess, as far as to stick it in a corner when I don't need it. And then when I need it, and unfold it, put it all on the balcony, and I put my clothes on there. I could probably put, I don't know, 20 or so garments on that deal. So yeah, even the fuse panel is in really good shape. Look at that. So let's do a fuel pressure test. Wait, it's not complete. What do you mean it's not complete? Did I not put the fuel filter back on here? Hold on a minute. Or are we missing a... Should have a pump. Yeah, pumps in here. We did move the fuel tank for this build, I guess, as far as in the front. Did I not put the fuel filter back on there? I might not have. Thought I did. Right, hold on. Why is it not letting me do the fuel pressure test? Fuel filter is on it. So what's going on with that? Let me try that again. What did I miss? So that... Alright, so did I forget the starter? It is just for inside. Yeah, mine's generally designed for inside as well. But I do take it out on the balcony, so that you can't get some air to dry the clothes. But if yours is designed more for inside, I guess as far as that's understandable. So I guess I forgot the starter. See, someone didn't keep me honest, I guess, as far as making sure I got the starter in there. We got that refurbished.
It ain't got no gas in it.
Well, it doesn't right now. We're trying to get some, trying to get it running here, Tundra. Oh, it doesn't fold? I gotcha. So it's a static rack. Gotcha. Okay, let's see if we can do a fuel pressure test on her now. Rat meow. Are you freaking kidding me? What am I missing still? Those starters in. Batteries in. Alright, I'm confused. Let's go to this. What are we missing? Oh, you know what? I forgot the spark plugs. And the coils. I just realized that. Yeah, that would make it not want to start. Whoopsie. Well, yeah, we forgot the sparkulators and the coils. Now let's get those. Yeah, that'll do it. Let's do tablet. Let's go to here and get ourselves some sparkulators. Gotta keep them sparkulated. So, yeah, just a little bit. So we need 10 of those. And I think we're gonna have to replace the ignition coils as well. See, nobody holding me accountable, I guess, as far as for my mistake there. Y'all let me just figure it out on my own. What's going on out there? Numpty? What do you mean numpty? I missed something there. Is that a made up word? I think that sounds like a made up word. Alright, so let's put this here. Yeah, so I think we're gonna have to replace coils. Those are not going to be 100%. Oh now. See, they're way down in there. Copa coming in there. How we doing there, Copa? Playing with the crayons. Alright, so let's see what condition our oils are in. None of them are 100%, so let's get some new ones of those. Get those on the list. We're already in the electronic stores. That's good. We need 10 of these. Okay. This should make it complete. Once you get these put in. We should be able to do a fuel pressure test. Might rerun that compression test too, just to get her in there. Get her on the record. Yep. Okay. Sweet. That should be done now. So let's do. It'll let me. Fuel pressure test. Golden. Oh, is that what that means? Numpty? Nice. Alright, so the fuel pump, we can probably get that out and replace that, or fix that, repair that. So yeah, let's pull that out and get that fixed. We're gonna get as many of these parts to 100% as possible. Yep, that we can fix. We can fix it. Okay. So parts like the ECU and that, we cannot do that too, so, okay. Fuses, we saw one was just yellow. Okay. I think we're good to go now. I'm gonna rerun this compression test, and that'll complete all the tests that we need to do. We already did the scanner. Let's get this on the record that we got all the internal engine parts, as far as in the 100%. There you have it. So everything is 100%. Green. That's confirmed. That's on the record. Not that we didn't already know that, but now we can 100% confirm it. So what we need to do now, all that redone. Let's get this on the dyno. So I'm thinking we're only going to have maybe at the most 10 horsepower loss. I'm thinking 10 horsepower loss. We had 42 previously in the previous condition that the engine was in, so I'm thinking 10 horsepower loss at this point. So let's get this over here. We can put this up for a prediction. What do we think it's going to be? Let's do that. Let's do start prediction. You can feel free to use your sanity points if you have them there, folks. I guess as far as to see if I got one. Can I use this one? There we go. Yeah, it's not going to be that much. Okay, so that one's for 50 horsepower. Got quite a few of them here for being on the strip. Why did that one not have... The only one I have is for 50 horsepower. Okay, so... Alright, we're going to have to do a new one then. Let's do it this way. So how much horsepower reduction? How much horsepower HP reduction? I was hoping maybe I had one that was... the only one I seem to have is one for 50 horsepower. Seems to be a nice round number I've gone by. So we're going to go 10 horsepower. Whoops. 10 HP. More than 10 HP or less than 10 HP. We'll give you all some options here. How about that? More than 10 HP or less than 10 HP. So I'll have a couple of these to work with later. Less than 10 HP. I'm going to leave it up to you folks to decide. I'm going to leave this up here for a solid minute. And I should go live. There we go. And again, no obligation. If you've got the sanity points, you want to spend it on there, see how much. So we previously had 42 horsepower loss in the initial dyno. So just to kind of show in our status, 377 measured torque, 404 foot-pounds of torque, 520 horsepower. So you can see this one right here, 43 horsepower loss in the previous engine condition. We've now fixed the engine up to get 100% green. We've fixed up some other parts like the fuel pump and stuff like that. So we should have less of a reduction now at this point. So we'll let that prediction come to a close, and then we'll run this dyno, I guess, as far as and see where we're at now. I'm thinking it should be much more than 10 horsepower. That's going to be, I'm going to stick to that guess. All right, here we go. Prediction is closed. Let's go ahead and run it. See where we're at. I'm hoping it's less than 10, actually. By 1 horsepower. That's crazy. That was a pretty good guess. Pretty good guess. So for those of you that did pick less than 10 horsepower, you would not be wrong. Not be wrong as far as what the reduction would be. So there it is on the screen. So it did actually come out to be less than 10 horsepower. GG's for those that did choose that option. Less than 10 horsepower. It is right there on the screen. And we did kind of bump up the A rating to 467. Nice. I'm kind of happy with that result so far. I'm happy in the direction this is going. So what else can we refurbish on this thing? Let's get it over to Lift A again. Just to kind of see what we can still do to this. So we're still not getting 100% of the power out of it, and I think that's going to come down to ECU. Probably going to have to replace that with one that's 100%. This one's 91. Let's pull that out. And then we do have some fuses and relays that are not 100%. Let's do that. A lot of these are in really good shape, but it is contributing, I guess, as far as that 9 horsepower loss. Okay. Yeah. Let's get this. Some of this we can fix up. We can repair. Okay, so we're good to go there. And then let's put this back in. We'll get some new fuses and relays. I'll have to get a new ECU. Cannot fix up the ECU, unfortunately. Wish you could. I really wish you could. Especially when it's like 91%. Alright, hold on. We need to do this here. That on the list, that on the list, that on the list, list, and list. Okay. So we're already in the electronics store. We need 3 of these puppies. Whoops, I did not mean to get out of that. 1 of these. 1 of those. That's the big boy. 1 of those. That's the 100 amper. And 2 of these. 1 of those. Now, I do have on the list here Type A already. I'm just going to use that. And again, we're just going to go with the stock one. Well, we're going to be getting this rolling here in a minute here. So once we get it to 100% of the horsepower, we're definitely going to get this rolling on the strip. So we're going to go with a stock ECU. Not going with the tuned one, I guess, as far as for starters, at least anyway. So let's put this one in. This should, hopefully, get us to 100% on the horsepower. That's the hope. That's part of the reason why we're doing that. Yep, let's make sure we get the 100% ones in there. Sweet. And the cover. Cool. Battery, I think we'll go ahead and charge that. I probably still got a battery on the charger, I bet. Sure do. Alright, let's get this one on here. Yep, let's get this one charged. So I did have one on the charger. That'll work. So let's put this one in. 100%. That should be good. I don't think everything else is fresh. So this is something else I need to consider with this build. I don't necessarily need these filters because we already got the filters on here. I don't know if I want to take those out or not. So the BMW Procar has these filters on each window, as far as on the side windows. So I don't know if I want to keep them in there or not. We did have them in there for our other build of the V6, I guess, as far as from the Renault Clio. So whether or not we'll keep that in there, I guess, as far as that's still yet to be determined. I might just keep them in there, just for additional filtration. Not gonna hurt anything. But what we should do, I guess, as far as what that said, I guess, as far as we should probably check these filters to make sure they are 100%, because they will contribute, I guess, as far as the horsepower loss. Alright, so let's go ahead and do these two. So we already did the ones on the engine itself, I guess, as far as, but these we did not yet. And yep, so they are green, but they are not 100%. Yeah, I think it may or may not be a little bit overkill, I guess, as far as on the filters on this thing. Now that I think of it. Oh, I go to here, that's why. So let's get these two filters. We don't have anything in the warehouse for those. So we'll get two new ones. Yep, get two new ones of these. Since that's what it requires currently. Now we can always go into the config, the editor for this car, and take those out if we wanted to. Oh, you know what? We can fix those. Hold on. I think those covers are fixable. Take that back off. I think these are fixable. Let me double check here. They may not be. Nope, just the clips are. We'll fix up the clips so we have them off. So I guess the covers for that are not repairable. I don't think that's going to contribute to horsepower loss. With
nope.
The covers being hey, don't let me finish my finish my statement before you go telling me no. Everybody, some of y'all out there as far as jumping the gun on me. Yeah, I don't think this will contribute to any horsepower loss. I don't believe. The filters definitely will. I do know that for a fact. But I think we should be okay to keep these covers, I guess, as far as not 100%. Okay, let's get that cover back on. Yep, but we did confirm at the bench that those are not repairable. We do have... I forget which boxes they are that they are repairable. But there's one air filter box that is repairable and one that's not. Obviously, this is one of them that it's not. Okay, so that's confirmed. So, got that all replaced. ECU, stock. Let's get her back over to the dyno now and see what we got here. Move her back over here. We should be pretty darn close to getting 100% off this engine now. I'm just going to go ahead and run it. Yep, cross my fingers, we get it all. close. That was so close. So we're still 3 horsepower, I guess, as far as to that. Well, we did gain 6 back, just by replacing the ECU, all the fuse and relays, to include fixing up that fuse box panel. So that's something. That is something. So I do know, now that I think of this now, I do know the fuel tank not being at 100% will contribute. I think even the radiator, we'll have to drain the coolant here so far as we already fixed the pump. Let's pull this guy out. We got to get that on the lift. Are you kidding me? That's silly. So that part requires, even though it's right here, it does require a lift, I guess, as far as to get that out. Alright, let's get this back over to lift A. So there's certain parts like that that were just, it's hard-coded in there to require a lift. So like transmissions, engines themselves, so on and so forth, they do require a lift. Get it out. So, yeah. That's something we've come to find, I guess, as far as, even though we put it right there in front of us, I guess, as far as they still require, I guess, as far as a lift to get it out. So, you don't necessarily need to get it all the way up in the air. It just needs to sense that it is up on the lift, and then now we should be able to pull that out. Right, is it still not going to let me do it? Or am I going to have to get it from underneath? Okay, so make a liar out of me, why don't you? Yeah, these fuel tanks are typically, I guess, as far as going to be under the car. So, there you go. See if we can get it from underneath. So, what we're going to need to do there is replace that. So the ECU already did that. This one right here. Fuel pump is already good. So I know that's going to contribute. Now I have to pull up that radiator to get that one done too. Let's get a new fuel tank. Slap that puppy in. Alright, and then we'll put our pump in. And we'll get that radiator pulled too. What state of the exhaust in? I know that's another piece, I guess, as far as the exhaust. I did. The 2 downpipes are not 100%. That's probably another thing I want to replace. Now, the rest of the exhaust, I'm sure that's not 100% either. We do need to drain the coolant. We don't want the mess on the floor before we pull that radiator. Let's do that. We know what happens if we don't drain the fluid, I guess, as far as before pulling out the radiator. Don't really need that mess for today. So the radiator's out. That we should be able to repair. Let's get that repaired over in the bench. Alright, let's get that in there. And those 2 exhaust pipes going into the muffler in that, probably need to replace those. As you do recall, I guess, as far as I said, we'll go with the one thing I noticed on this one here, we did not, this one's got the one with no fan on it, on the radiator. I don't know if I wanted to adjust that to have the fan on there. I think part of the reason why I didn't put the fan on it is how it fits in here. So if you look, it's kind of hard to tell. There's a, should be room in there to put the fan on there if we wanted to. Could adjust that. Yeah, let's check these exhaust pipes. And here, I know these coming off the engine exhaust manifold were not 100%. These here. This is at 83%, I guess, as far as for that muffler. That'll probably contribute to some horsepower loss. I'm going to go ahead and just replace these for starters. Going to leave the muffler the way it is and see if it still has any horsepower loss. Yeah, just to kind of gauge it out. So did I get those on the list? I think I did. We did, so we just need 2 of these. Didn't know if either side was different or not. So let's get this put in. Okay, that one's 100%. Yeah, I'm going to leave this one the way it is for now. These 2 parts are 100%. So we did the radiator, fuel tank, and replace these pipes. We're going to leave that exhaust the way it is. Let's see if we still got any horsepower loss. I'm thinking if anything we'll probably have at least 1 horsepower. And if that's the case with the exhaust in that condition, the muffler. Let's just put it on the dyno and see. Sometimes it's just fun to kind of see what we have to replace and what we don't. Just to get her to 100%. Let's get this over to the dyno. I got a feeling that it's going to be at least still 1 horsepower. So we got it down to 3. So by doing the fuel tank, radiator, we fixed that up in those 2 pipes there. We may have got it down to 1 horsepower now of reduction. Fair enough. I was shooting for at least 1 horsepower, but so doing the fuel tank itself, fixing up the radiator, and those 2 pipes, exhaust pipes, gets as far as only give us 1 horsepower. Interesting. Okay, so we'll probably have to do the rear muffler, and that might be the rest of the horsepower loss. Okay, so let's get it over to the lift. I know a lot of people just like to go ahead and just replace everything 100% and be assured, but sometimes you just got to play around with this, especially if you don't have the money. You know, you don't need to bury yourself in debt, I guess, as far as with replacing all the parts 100% to ensure. Just play around, I guess, as far as with some parts, I guess, as far as to understand what you absolutely have to change to get it to 100% horsepower and what you don't. Okay, so let's replace this muffler. Where'd that? Rear muffler. It's gonna be over here. There should be. Oh, what was that? 79. I thought it was 83. It was a little bit worse than I thought. We'll go ahead and replace that. Okay, and we'll do this. Okay, just making sure we got the right one. Good chunk of change, I guess, as far as for that muffler. Huge box, I guess, as far as for it there. So let's do that. And slap that puppy in. And we'll put it back on the dyno and see. Cool. That fits really nice in that. So you can kind of get an idea of how nice that fits right into that cutout of the rear bumper of that. It's almost like it was made for that. It's beautiful. Okay, let's get it back over the dyno and see if we got all the horsepower reduction removed. Just by replacing out the muffler. Sometimes it's just as simple as 1 part. Let's see what we got now. Interesting. See, so technically what I get out of this is we didn't even have to replace the rear muffler. So there's something else that's keeping it at 2 horsepower. So we did all the filters. I'm just looking back here to see. Oh, you know what? I forgot to put the coolant in there. Good thing we didn't blow it up. Overheat it. So I wonder, let's put this coolant back in there. I'm gonna that's not what I meant to do. I want to put some coolant in it. So it's at 90% there. Now, I'm wondering if we replace that reservoir. Okay. Let's do that. We're going to replace the reservoir. Oh, what are you doing, dude? See, when I want to put the stuff in there, it won't let me do it. And then when I don't want to do it, it's a silly game. So that reservoir, we want to replace it. Okay, let's do that. Reservoir. We do have one in the warehouse. I don't know if that's 100% though. Let's double check. I think in that one's probably, we kept that for another flip. I think that might be another one that's under 100%. That's probably going to be warehouse 4, excuse me. Yep, that's going to be that one right there. So, still need a new one. Let's see, where's she at? That's gonna be this fellow. So, yep, showing we got that one in there in the warehouse, which is also not 100%. So let's do this. Oh, I got 2 on there now. Whoops, only need 1. Let's get that other one off of there. Whoop. Don't want to confuse myself later. Be like, well, why did I put that on the list? I don't remember. Okay, let's do this. So far, I'm drawing the conclusion that we probably didn't really need to replace that muffler. But it probably didn't hurt it either. Let's put some fresh coolant in here in the fresh reservoir. I'm going to re-dyno it. Okay. Re-dyno it that way. Alright, let's see what we got now. Again, sometimes it just comes down to the simplest parts. Now, just out of curiosity, I'm just curious now. I'm gonna try putting that other exhaust back in there and see if we do lose any horsepower. I'm just gonna. It's piqued my curiosity here. But we still got 1 horsepower loss. Still not 100% what that might be contributing to, because I don't think we got power steering on this thing. I want to confirm here. I think we do not have power steering. Yeah, but what I am going to do is first put that other exhaust in there just to kind of see if it does get any horsepower loss. Yep, just going to kind of humor it real quick. Because I didn't see any horsepower gain when we just put this on there by itself. So let's put this other one back in, which is this guy. Okay, I just want to see. So let's re-dyno it that way. And I need to figure out what else is causing this to lose 1 horsepower. So we did all the filters. We don't have a power steering. We did the radiator. We already charged the battery. We did all the fuses and relays. Everything else should be 100%. We can check on the list here to confirm what is not 100%. So these are all body parts. That's not going to contribute. So these covers might be contributing to that. I don't know for sure. So these air filter covers. That might be the next thing we'll probably try and replace, I guess, as far as to determine what's that 1 horsepower loss. It could be something as silly as that. Let's get this all the way to the ground. Alright, back over to the dyno. I want to see if it does lose any horsepower with that less than 100% exhaust. We didn't see it budge at all, I guess, as far as when we replaced it. Okay, so it is at least 1. So having the lesser condition rear muffler, I guess, as far as does contribute to the horsepower loss or gain. Okay, that's all I needed to know. It's about a horsepower. That's what it's looking like. Get back over to lift. We'll swap that back out. I just needed to humor it. So I'm thinking maybe those air filter caps in the back here might be contributing to that last one horsepower loss. We'll check that out here next. Alright, let's pull this one back out. We're going to go ahead, the new one back in. Cool. Nice, nice, nice. So let's do. We have to replace those covers for the rear air filters. Oh, can't reach over there. I'm not tall enough. I need my stool. There we go. Okay, yeah. Let's replace these covers. We already fixed up the clips, so we know we're good there. These we'll go ahead and replace. This one was probably the worst. This was in the yellow. Yeah, this one was in the yellow. Okay. So, replace that and that. Not repairable. So let's go to the store and grab 2 new ones of those. And again, still in consideration as to whether or not we'll keep these in here for this configuration of the V10 Special. I don't think it's hurting anything, but will contribute probably to horsepower loss if you don't get it all to 100%. This will confirm it once we get it back over the dyno after replacing these. So I didn't do anything to the bottom portion, just the cover. So yeah, we'll see here. We will see here. Okay, get this back over to dyno. Back over there and see what we got. How many guesses? So one's in chat if we're gonna get it to 100% power. 2's in chat, I guess, as far as we still got a horsepower loss. How many 2's are we gonna get in the chat? How many 2's? How many people are paying attention? No takers? Okay. Yes. So what I'm guessing now is it might be that bottom half, that one air filter. That bottom half of that deal. And I think we can just do that from here. So we're going to replace the bottom half of this air filter here. I think that might be all it is. Because everything else is pretty much been refurbished or replaced. To include these filters. Yep, so that's at 88% on that one. Let's get this one off. Yeah, that was a good guess there, Jack, though. Done this enough times probably to know. I was trying to see how many people want to take a stab at it. It's interesting kind of find out, I guess, as far as what does affect horsepower and what doesn't. Okay, so let me get this over to the bench. I'm pretty sure these are not repairable on this type of air filter box. Let's just confirm. Confirm. Alright, so let's get these ordered on the list. Whoops. So we need the bottom halves here, so we need that there and that there. To the store we shall go. Alright, let's get those new ones put in. And we'll test it right away. This is a good little experiment just to kind of see what does affect the horsepower. I know most of you, some of you out there are thinking it's just like, just get everything to 100%. You don't have to worry about it. But for me, it kind of comes down to not having to necessarily replace everything. Some parts you don't have to. Let's see. But just to kind of get an idea too, I guess, as far as of what is actually tied to that horsepower loss of the engine. Alright, so those are all replaced. Let's see what we got now. You know what? I left the hood open, didn't I? Hold on. Oh, it closed it on me. That's good. We're good. Okay, so we're still at a 1 horsepower loss. Okay, so I'm with the idea here, what it is that's causing that 1 horsepower loss. That's where I'm at. Let's check our list. So we know it's not going to be anything like the tires or body parts or anything like that. It's going to be engine related. Not going to be any of that. It's not going to be taillights, windshield, anything like that. So we got a lot of parts, so we can take this on a test drive and shake a lot of this down for those parts that are not, we don't have any value to. I am particularly looking for, so I wonder if it's the windshield washer reservoir. Is that contributing? I'm curious. Yeah, definitely not going to be the tires. I wish they would put this more in alphabetic order. Just scattered all over the place. Nope, I got all the fuses. I know I did all those. I know I did not miss any of those. Didn't have a whole lot in that one, now that I think of it. It's probably going to be something simple like that, though. Well, yeah, ECU, we know we replace. Where's all the fuses in that? Now that I think of it. Clips. Percolators, yep. I guess we'll just look at the stuff that's not 100%. Wait a minute, mid-exhaust section. How did I miss this? That's at 91%. I didn't realize there was a middle exhaust section. That's probably it right there. I was thinking it was just the 2 pipes and the muffler. So let's get this back on the lift. Yeah. So it's probably going to be that middle exhaust section there. Apparently there's another section here I missed. Let's take a look at it. Can't go wrong with car mechanics. Oh, we have a lot of fun in this thing here. That son of a bitch. Nice name. That's an awesome name. Nice one. How we doing there? That son of a Mitch. Good one. I like that. Yeah, I think we did find it, but where I need to include is where is it located. So it's going to be this midsection here. That's going to be these right there. These little guys. Those little buggers right there. So there was 2 pipes, I guess, as far as coming off of that. So there's these 2, midsection, and the muffler. So yeah, I think that's probably going to be it. So it didn't necessarily come down to probably these air bases, probably more exhaust. Right on. So let's get these midsections, which are not those. Where's that middle sections? Right here. We need 2 of those. Get those at the store. Yep. Get 2 new ones of these. That was a fun little science experiment, as far as to see what was causing that. I did not realize there was these are all broken up in sections. That should give us all of our horsepower now. Now, did it hurt in the long run, I guess, as far as to fix those other parts? Absolutely not. Well, not much there, son of a Mitch. We're just fixing up to get all the horsepower out of our BMW V10 Special. Yeah, let's get this back over to dyno and see where we're at now. Let's see where we're at. I think that's going to do it. I'm pretty confident at this point. Yeah, indeed there, son of a bitch. That's what we're trying to do, is get all the power out of it. Now, it's still showing 562. No horsepower loss, but it's, I guess we'll call that a win, since we don't have any gain or loss here. It's showing 562 here, but 563 is the base. So, I'm going to pretty much call that a win. So yeah, just come down to the exhaust, and it does make sense, I guess, as to why we're losing horsepower based on those conditions of the exhaust components in comparison to the air filter base components. So yeah, this is all without tune parts, I guess, as far as just to get it up to the base horsepower. So with that being all dynoed, I'll go test this out on the drag strip now. We'll see what she can do. Really nice car. Got that DeLorean kind of feel to it. Get this over to strip. Let's have some fun with it. Yeah, so that's kind of what we're shooting for there, son of a Mitch. that's an awesome. All right, let's. Why did that not? Hold on. Oh, now you want to work. Okay. At least I know that works now. Cool. We'll be here when you get back here, Jackdaws. We're going to get some practice runs here with our BMW Procar V10 Special. And look at this. We get to go against the car that we actually took the engine from. It's got a little bit of tuning to it. We have no tuning to ours, as we can see. So I'm tending to believe that we might get our butt beat by this one, just based on the numbers. They do have slicks on it with a little bit of tuning, higher rating. So let's see what we can do in our non-tuned, non-performance V10. We were catching up to it. Really good reaction time. We were keeping pace with it. So just over 11 seconds to a 1080, 10.8. That's pretty impressive for non-tuned. On our car. We were kind of keeping up with that Carrera GT. I'm gonna try that one again. Just for giggles. I got a feeling we probably don't have much for that Carrera GT. Nope, we definitely don't. That was a good run. That's 2 good runs. So yeah, we were pretty close to 11 seconds. Look at that interval. That's marvelous. No tuning. Now that's the thing that I'm taking into consideration. No tuning on this this deal at all. I'm super impressed with this result so far. BMW M1 is a fun car. I tried the slicks. You want a better launch? Yeah. So this is something that I like to play around with, because as far as what we can apply to it, without going too much overboard, but still be able to compete with cars like this. So yeah, we don't need much to be able to beat that car as far as tuning goes. So whether or not we put the tuning to the engine or just put something like the slicks on it, can definitely make a difference. Let's try another one. And we got another V10 Special. Nice. So this is the other thing I don't like to do, I guess, as far as putting too much performance into it. We get kind of a limited palette of which cars we can compete against. So I like to kind of keep it open, so not to go too extreme at this point. We've got plenty of cars, I guess, as far as that are maxed out on the rating. And we got really slim pickings for who we can compete against. But this is kind of interesting. This gives us an idea. Now, based on the numbers here, this car should beat us, because it does have quite a bit of tuning in comparison to ours not having any tuning. So let's see what we can do against this tuned V10 special BMW Procar. Okay, let's see what we got. It's got a really weird shift right there. Woo, man, we were keeping up with that one too. A really good launch. Look at that interval. So this is with tuning on that same car. That has a 515 rating. This doesn't surprise me. So the fact that we got a really good launch in reaction time, and we got this much interval, I guess as far as with that 6% of tuning, this car's got a lot of potential. So even if we were to get it to just 6% tuning on this thing here, we would have something to show for it, I guess, as far as on that car. So this is kind of what I'm gauging out at the moment. Who else have we got? Ooh, we got our Restamod Highboy. Exactly 6% tuning, I guess, as far as on this V8 dual overhead supercharger. Let's see what this can do. The Carrera GT has some monster wides in the rear. Yep, and we kind of put those same wides, similar type of wides, on the BMW Procar here. We almost had to, just based on the gearbox design. So yeah, we got some pretty thick meats on this BMW Procar too. Alright, let's see if we can beat this tuned Restamod Highboy. That dude must have crashed or something. And we beat that guy. So 11-1, I heard him crash or something. So 11-1 to a 10. So we got it sub 11 second, I guess, as far as car with this no tuning. You were ahead at the 65. I wasn't even looking at that. I was just looking at the endpoint. So the reaction time and the endpoint, and looking at these intervals, that's pretty impressive. No tuning on this car. So far where I'm at with this car is I don't want to go probably much more than 6% tuning. No more than 6%. I think that's going to be a nice nice level for this car. So 2%, 2.05 on this supercharging. It's as far as that's a street custom. That's a mod car. See if we can beat this engine. So it's kind of a modern engine. V8 supercharged LS. We do got 6 gears on it. I only need 5 to get down the corner mile. Halfway decent reaction time. So yeah, we're gonna say a sub 11-second car. So we beat the supercharged LS. No tuning. That one had tuning. Pretty interesting. Had a little bit more rating than us too. So I'm just taking all these things into account. I don't want to go against that one. Let's try the Ferrari. These things are slow without a ton of tuning to it, and even with the slicks on it. I got a feeling we should be able to beat this car with that little bit of tuning. They're just really super duper slow out of the gate, out of the chute. We know this because we got one of our own. Kind of felt we could beat that. Well, look at that. Look how much we beat that one by. So without a significant amount of tuning on these Ferraris, they're just super slow. I almost wonder what a tuned transmission would be. Otherwise stock build. Yeah. So this is what I'm kind of feeling out as far as how much. I don't want to go much more than 6% from what I've tested so far on this car, just to kind of keep it in that nice Goldilocks zone. We're not going too extreme with it. So yeah, gearbox wouldn't be out of the question. Possibly putting some slicks on it is not out of the question. I wouldn't do both. Let's say for that, for example. Probably one or the other. So if we were to decide gearbox or slicks, I would do one or the other, but not necessarily both. See what else we got. So we already beat that guy. ZL1 in comparison to the Super Sport. Let's try this one. This one's a lower tier, I guess, as far as of this Camaro. ZL1 is lower tier. SS is the higher tier of this Camaro. Gives a 1% tune. The gears stay the same. Right, unless you tune the gears. Yeah, unless you tune the gears. So that's something else I take into consideration. The fact that it's got a really weird flutter between second and third. Appreciate that follow there, son of a Mitch. Appreciate you in. Appreciate the follow. Unless you change, yeah. So you can change the gears when you put that, and that's probably what I would do. Just to get rid of that flutter that's between second and third. It's manageable. That's something I take into consideration, but it is noticeable too, without that performance gearbox. Let's see. So we did beat this ZL1. Oh, okay. We did beat the ZL1. So ZL1 and the SS Camaro, I guess, as far as for this trim, with the slicks on and a little bit of tuning, we were able to beat both those. Okay, so here is the standard inline 6 for this BMW Procar. No tuning with the slicks. Now, just by the numbers here, be it a V10 with no tuning, we should be able to beat this car. But this car is very surprising with how much power is in this inline 6. It's got 465 on the base. Our V10 has basically 100 horsepower more. So, again, by the numbers, we should be able to beat this car. And it looks like we do. 100%. We even had a crappier reaction time. So yeah, solid sub 11 second car all day long. So yeah, we can definitely beat our smaller little brother, I guess, as far as with the standard inline 6. That's pretty cool. Clutch and gearbox is 4% tune. So if we do all the gearbox stuff, yeah, so that's what we're taking into consideration. If we do all the gearing stuff, transmission, clutch, all that, we can get the 4%. Again, we don't want to necessarily go over 6. I think 6% is a nice tune level on this one here, so you gotta go too nuts with it. This one also had a higher rating. That's something else I'm taking into account. I'm trying to balance all these things out as far as different types of engines and configurations, I guess, as far as to it. Had a higher rating, we still beat it with the bigger engine. So it's not always about their rating. Just because you got the higher rating doesn't mean squat. Now, part of that rating is probably coming from these slicks. So if we were to put the slicks on ours, we'd probably get pretty close to that without any other parts. So that's just some things to take into consideration when we are considering this as far as tuning parts on the cars that we're testing. So the previous one of these that we went against had 5%, we still beat it. There's another V10 special with some tuning. So we already so we did get beat by one with more tuning. It had 514 if I remember right. So this one's probably more or less going to beat us. We already went in one against 514 rating with lesser tuning. So, ooh, what about our Turbo V8 Special? So a turbo car with no tuning. This is one of our own specials for the special configs for the Toyota Supra. Let's try this one out. I'm not sure about the Porsche clutch. Well, we can find out. That's for sure. That's what we do here. We like to find out. Yeah, because that Porsche clutch is very proprietary. It's not like a standard, you know, conventional clutch and stuff, I guess, as far as that we get out of the tune shop. Alright, so let's see if we can beat this Turbo V8 Special Supra. This will be our first turbo, I think we go against this. No, we went against inline. Never mind. So it's a V8 Turbo Special Supra. Alright, here we go. Ah, we're screaming down the... Yep. Nice one. We're screaming down there. Yeah, that was a good one there, Racer Batman. That was a good timing. Yeah, good timing for that. We're screaming down the strip. Pretty decent run there. So we did beat the V8 turbo-powered Toyota Supra with no tuning. Okay. Ooh, V10 versus V10. He's got some slicks with some tuning. These cars are kind of slow, kind of like the Ferraris, I guess, as far as without significant amount of tuning. Let's try it out. Probably need an alignment on this car, I just realized that too. It's kind of veering off to the left a little bit. Yep, we definitely beat that car by almost a solid second. Holy smokes. Yeah, so much like the Ferraris, they're pretty slow, I guess, as far as without significant amount of tuning. Really cool looking cars. I just kind of nice if they had them a little bit more power. Should be able to beat that one, no problem. Should be able to beat that. Should. That's why we're going to test it out and see. It is an old school 2-carb supercharged engine. Solid. Almost identical reaction times. Ooh, we even cracked a 10.8. That's our fastest time yet, as far as that run. Nice. Okay, so yeah, we got quite a few of these that we're able to beat. So the only ones so far that we're noticing that do beat us are the ones similar to our car as far as they have tuning, to the tune of like 6%. So what about this BMW 3 Series? It's got a V8 dual red cam supercharged. Try this one out. This is a BMW supercharged. BMW, so both BMW cars. No, we already got the best viewers here. You can get out of here with that nonsense. Thank you very much. Don't come back. Thank you. Yeah, we did beat that one. Yep, definitely beat that one fair and square. Okay, we already beat the Z01. V10 Special. Ooh, it's got a little bit more than 6% on this one. Now, we already came to determine, I guess, as far as this one will beat us 6% at 514 rating. So I got a feeling that's going to beat us. I'm not going to try. What about the F-Type? These are pretty fast cars. It's got a little bit of tuning to it with the slicks. Yeah, these things are surprisingly fast. I'm going to try it out. Definitely can get an alignment on this thing too. Beat that fair and square. Hell yeah, that's what I like. Nothing better as far as being able to beat the F-Type. Yeah, we're getting some solid 10.8s, I guess, as far as on these runs. No tuning to this, mind you. No tuning on our car, as far as their special V10 special. Ooh, we get to go against more of that C8 slicks, a little bit of tuning. These cars are surprisingly fast too. It can definitely surprise you. It wouldn't surprise me if it does beat us. Let's put it that way. Even with our V10. beat that one fair and square. We had to have a lower reaction time. 11.2 to a 9.10. Man, this thing's a rocket ship. I'm having a lot of fun with this car. That engine we already beat. This one we already beat. This one's got slicks on it with a little bit of tuning. But let's do it. What the heck? Having some fun with this thing. I do want to get an alignment on this thing. It is kind of veering to the left a little bit. Not a whole lot, but definitely can be corrected. Kind of spun the tires there a little bit. Solid. In between a 10.8 and 10.9, we can get all day long. Alright, I think we're good, I guess, as far as with what we want to test now. Now, this one here we came to find, in one of our previous episodes here, this is a config, I guess, as far as you can get off the Steam Workshop. It's kind of crazy the way this one's set up. So what they did is they dummied down a V8 dual overhead turbo to get whatever result that they got for that in comparison to the V12 that comes into this naturally. Why would you want to do that? I have no idea. But as far as some of the parts that are on this thing too are crazy, stupid, expensive. Kind of a strange configuration anyway. So yeah, I think we're good on all of our testing here for now. I think what we're to the conclusion of, we probably want to. I think we want to at least maybe do a gearbox, because I would like to correct that little bit of a flutter that we have in the shift, I guess, as far as between second and third. So I think that's probably what we'll toy with here is the gearbox on this deal. I think we got enough data, I guess, as far as on that test, I guess, as far as come to that conclusion. Let's get her back over to lift A. We got this thing dialed. We're gonna get this dialed in a little bit more. It's pretty well dialed in already, but you can dial it in a little bit more. So let's take this gearbox out. We did get it refurbished. It's still in pretty good shape. So we take the tires off. Yeah, so as you can see, got some pretty thick meats on the back of this one to accommodate this configuration of the Carrera GT V10. Alrighty then, let's take these out. Get that gearbox out of there. Cool. Alright, so we gotta take the starter out. We know that. I get a kick out of how this starter is oriented with this gearbox. Just kind of pop it in there, I guess, as far as this doesn't go parallel, I guess, as far as like with the engine, as most of the starters do. Alright, so get that gearbox out. We're gonna go ahead and put this on our shopping list and get a tuned one. Go to gearbox shop. There should be. Let's go to the gearbox store and grab a performance one. Good chunk of change usually for these. I don't think I'm gonna bother getting into a 3-star. 1% at its base. What we do also want to do is probably do the clutch stuff. Yeah, we can do the clutch stuff. And come to that determination, how much we get out of those. Okay, so clutch stuff, we need that guy and that guy. It's right next to it. So I was looking for the conventional one, I guess, as far as we usually deal with. So this is very proprietary in design, I guess, as far as for the Porsche, as far as the clutch parts. The fact that it doesn't have a bearing, but just the 2 parts instead of 3, I guess, as far as our conventional transmissions that we normally do. Alright, so let's do clutch stuff. That should be in here, right? Okay, not in here, so let's go to this side. Okay, so we do got this guy. That gives us 1.75. So that's 2.75 overall with this. And then our clutch cover, we don't have that. So 2.75, I guess, as far as we'll get with the Porsche clutch parts. So all the gear stuff gets as far as 2.75 of tuning. Let's put those on. Now we could get them to a 3-star if we wanted to kind of increase that a little bit more. So this is probably like the bearing, I'm guessing. Clutch bearing on the conventional, I guess, is transmission. Yeah, a nice shiny gearbox in here now. Cool. I'm gonna put the starter back on. Them's ain't tires, those are steamrollers. Sheesh, yeah, they're huge, aren't they? Yep. We mean business with our the thick meats we got back here. Now we kind of did that just to kind of fill in the wheel well, because if we went any lesser than this, it was kind of tucked too far under the body, just because of the way this engine is designed, as far as the suspension and such. This is the longest axle that we can get that's provided by the game. So if we went any narrower, the tires just tend to be too far tucked under the body. So this one gave us a nice flush look, I guess, as far as with having them this wide. So possibly a little bit wider, I guess, as far as it's in the Carrera. But let's put them back on and kind of give you an idea of what they look like. Yeah, so let's put this one back on. We didn't even bother to change these yet, as far as to upgrade the tires. These are what came on the car from auction. So just a fair mention there. So yeah, you can get a pretty good idea of what this looks like with those on there. So anything narrower would be too far tucked under the body. These I don't even think are the widest we can get, if I remember right. I think it's a 335, is it? Yeah, it is the widest one. I take that back. So it is the widest tire that we can get that the game provides, and it works out pretty good. Okay, turn that flashlight up. Now we got the gearbox in here. Let's get this over to the dyno and get this tuned. From what I recall, the Porsche clutch on the V10 is all internal parts on the clutch itself. Yeah, I don't know anything about that. I just know it's different from the parts-wise from the conventional transmissions, the gearboxes. They have the 3 parts. You have the flywheel, you have the clutch plate, pressure plate, and then the bearing. So if you want to conclude all that. You don't have all that on the Porsche, so it's all self-included, if that's what you're meaning there, on that one clutch part itself. Pretty interesting. So let's get this over to dyno. We'll get this tuned on the gearbox. Dyno. Alright, let's tune this gearbox that we just put in here. Alright, so particularly what I want to do, so I'm going to leave the final drive, the final ratio. I like that. What I do want to fine-tune is the second to third. It's kind of a little bit wonky there. So it does have 6 gears. We technically only need to use 5 on the quarter mile. So where do we want to put this at? So that's got a 30-mile-an-hour spread between that. It's... okay, I'm going to turn this down a little bit. Let's put this to right about there. Just to about 130. Just kind of smooth this out a little bit. I'm gonna right about there. Hopefully I don't have that little bit of a flutter, I guess, as far as between second and third. Everything else was fine. I think we're just gonna go with that. We're gonna re-dyno it just to put it on the record. Don't really need to, but probably helps, I guess, as far as, because it will boost up the rating in there a little bit by putting that performance gearbox in it. 15 horsepower gain, I guess, as far as by putting all them gear parts in there. What's going on there, Nahlas? So what's 60, 85, 110? I don't know what that means. Funny enough, I went to school for automotive repair. Wound up being a trucker instead. That's funny how that works, isn't it? Funny how that works. So what's the 60, 85, 110? What did I miss there, Jacko? So anyway, we gained 15 horsepower by putting all the gear parts. That's a nice gain. So we went from 467 Wait, where were we at with the rating? We're still under 500, so that's what I was looking at. Yeah, we're in good shape there. So overall, what is this percentage gain on this? Let's get us over to the track again. We'll try this out. Now that we did fine-tune second and third gear and all that. Let's try her out. Let's give her a shot. Gear speed. Oh, okay. So yeah, I'm gonna go by I just wanted to smooth out second and third, really. I don't know why my transition music isn't playing there, but whatever. So let's go to the quarter mile. We got an Audi A8. I'm gonna try something else. Try the ZL1. So we got 2.75 confirmed. So that's what we know. We put in the gears, transmission, and all that. But this is at 2.75 tuning, 488 rating. Try the ZL1. Now we were beating this before, so we should still beat it. Still got a little bit of a flutter there. Got to do the alignment. I knew I forgot something. Got to do that alignment. So it's still got a little bit of a flutter there yet, I guess, as far as that. We're still doing 10.9s. Okay. Okay, the SS, we were beating this one as well. Looking to see if we get another V10 special BMW Procar that has a little bit of tuning. See where we're at. Still got a little bit of flutter there. Someone remind me I need to do the alignment on this thing. It's kind of veering off to the left, as you can probably tell. 10.7 we cracked. Oh yeah. A little bit of an improvement. This one we were beating previously. Let's confirm that we still do. There's another raffle there. You can get on there while it's hot, folks. While we're testing this out. How's Nyla's, how are we doing today? By the way. Kyla's, welcome on in. Oh. Yeah, I got a little excited there. A little bit excited. Still beating it, so 10.8. So out of those numbers there, Jack, I'm trying to wonder. 60, 85, 110. Oh, you're talking about just on the speeds. So on the first three gears, is that right? 60, 85, 110. Is that what you're suggesting? Just want to smooth that out a little bit. We already know we can beat this guy. He's got a little bit more tuning than we went against. So I think the previous one we did was 5%. I got a feeling we can still beat this car. Yeah, we might be able to try those values out in the first three speeds. You really only need... I've been going to fifth gear on the quarter mile. Probably don't even need to, now that I think of it. Yep, still beating that guy pretty significantly there too, I might add. Even with 7% tuning. Yeah, we did beat this guy previously with no tuning. He's got a little bit of tuning on this one. Let's see if so some of these cars, I guess, as far as we're going against now, they're just adjusting to what we've applied to our car, I guess, as far as at this point. Because if they didn't adjust it, I guess, as far as they know they're going to get beat. Yeah, I think the fourth and fifth gear is probably fine. Yeah, fourth and fifth gear is probably fine. But those first three gears just need a little bit of fine tuning. Let's do one more of these and then we'll head this back. We'll see if we can fine tune on those three gears. Fourth gear we definitely need, I feel, but fifth is kind of like, you know, just for giggles, I suppose. Even though the thing has got 6 gears on it. Yeah, so the flutter in the first 3 gears is manageable. See, we're cracking this 10.7, which that shows the improvement that we made on this the gearbox. It's not a lot. We're talking maybe about a tenth, but still, that's quite a that's a significant change there. All right, so let's get this back over here. We'll fine tune on these first 3 gears. Yeah. All right, did do it. Yeah, we're having some fun with this BMW Procar V10 Special. For those of you just tuning in, we'll try those gears out. So 60 speed, 85, and 110. I'm gonna see where it's at now and see how that'll work out for us. I think the 4th and 5th gear should be fine. This is where it's at. So let's go over here to tune this a little more on the 3 gears. So what Jack now is suggesting, I feel like that's too high in first gear. 60. I like to keep that right around 50 usually, but I've never gone this high on the final ratio either, the final gear, final drive. So I'm gonna give this a shot. We're gonna do this on 60. I kind of like where it's at on the first gear. It's that 2nd and 3rd gear that's kind of yucky. So I'm gonna tweak on this a little bit. I'm gonna go 50 on this. I'm gonna kind of modify what you got there. Go 50 on this one. We will do 80, yeah, 85 on this one. I just want to see what'll happen here. I like the numbers between this and the 110, because then it'll mesh right in with the 4th gear at 110 from the 131. That's a 21 mile an hour difference. I kind of like that. So we go from 35. I like that transition there. That looks good to me. I'm gonna try that. 60 to me just seems a little high. Okay, so we don't need to dyno it. We already dynoed it. I do want to get an alignment on this thing though. Let's do that first before we get back over the strip. You going to apply to Costco for a job in June? Oh, did it not work out over at I forget where you were last? Kind of bouncing around quite a bit with the jobs there, guy. This is sorry for the bad luck, I guess, as far as if that's what it's coming down to. Yeah, this is not bad at all. Why is it veering so much to the left? That's weird. So the alignment seems fine, but she definitely does veer to the left. Okay. At least we had to get her checked out. Interesting. I don't know why she's veering to the left then. Alright, no problem. So let's get it over the drag strip. Now that we got this first 3 gears fine-tuned, let's try her out. Yeah, Kyla, so not to mention there, I guess, as far as you gone from Target, I think you were at the dollar store, one of the Dollar Trees, and you go into Costco. It's like, ooh, is it not working out? I guess as far as over there, I just tend to wonder. Not getting in your business. If you don't want to share that, that's fine. I just tend to wonder. I've had my own struggles myself, I guess, as far as with getting summertime jobs. They seem to get getting all gobbled up, and it's kind of frustrating, quite honestly. So this one has no tuning on the V6. So this is our special that we did with the beefed up Renault Clio V6 engine. So we got the V10 special and our own other special for this one here. It has no tuning, a little bit more rating because we got that little bit of it's got slicks on it too, so that's probably adding to the rating. I kind of feel like we should be able to beat this car, just beat the fact that it's a V6 not tuned. Let's see what we can do. Nice, so we did beat it, 10.8. I kind of like the shifts on that now. That feels really good. It's not as fluttery. Ooh, we get to go against the OG Viper. So two different V10 engines. It's got a good amount of tuning on this puppy too. Let's see what we got for it. Yeah, you're gonna have to let us know there, Kyler, how that goes with Costco. Yeah, so if I was being too personal on that, I apologize. Didn't mean to be get too personal. So if you don't want to share that information, it's 100% no problem. All right, so all right, let's go. It's a little bit better. I like it. I like it a lot. So we beat the Viper. So another V10 had a significant amount of tuning. Man, we beat that almost by just 0.2 short of 2 seconds. 1 second, I should say. Yep. Wow. That's embarrassing for that Viper, actually. 4.22. So yeah, we've come to find, I guess, as far as if this doesn't have closer to like double digits on the tuning, we can always beat that guy. Let's just reconfirm. So we have already gone one up against, without any tuning, being at 5%, was it? And we still beat it. This is under that. This car here that we're going against is under that. This is much better on the shift pattern. Definite improvement. It could probably get fine-tuned a little bit more, but I think it's a lot better. So 10.8. Yep, definitely beat that Ferrari. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. This is gets as much testing here. We're gonna run this for some real monies, some virtual real monies. That's kind of an oxymoron there. How can it be real if it's virtual? It's not a thing. Trust me, it's not a thing. We got a nice little high rod here. I like it. This thing's fun to drive. Already beat that one. This got the 5%. We already beat this one previously. I feel like we're pretty good on that one. This one's got a little bit more tuning on this Viper. Okay, so Viper's coming back, I guess, as far as a little bit more tuning. Bring it, Viper. Let's go. Still beat it, even with that much tuning. You gotta bring it a little bit higher, Viper. Not working. Woo, that's a good amount of tuning on this LS Supercharged. Ooh. Some of these cars are bringing it. Bring it on. Let's go. Come on, Cletus. So at this point, I don't feel like this car is like stupid fast. I mean, it's very impressively fast. Let's put it that way. Very competitive, I guess, as far as a lot of these cars. So we're beating this one by 1/10. That's the LS Supercharged with that much tuning. That's pretty doggone impressive. I know. Irregardless of the fact that this is a V10, you would go, but just by the numbers, just by the fact that it's a V10 as opposed to a V8, that doesn't mean squat. In a lot of cases, we've come to find this out a lot, where it really comes down to the amount of tuning in comparison to that, and whether or not you've got what kind of tires you got. We're just running vintage race, for crying out loud, and look at the performance we're getting out of this car. I didn't mean to do that again, but we're going to do it again because we're having too much fun with this car. Okay, what do you say, folks? We're getting 10 sevens, pretty consistently. What do we say? Putting in this up, putting them on our mouth where our money. How do I want to say that? Let's put our mouth where our money is. Yeah. So this one's got a little bit more tuning. So we've gone against this one with lesser tuning and no tuning. So it looks like this Turbo V8 Special is trying to bring it. Let's see what you got here, Mr. Supra. What you got? Solid. You even had a better reaction time than we did. Look at that interval, though. I like this when it's really tight like this. So we're like within a tenth or so. This is solid. This is the kind of racing I like. So I think we're good. So we got another V10 special. Got a little bit more tuning than what we've got. So we were trying to get as close to 6% as possible. He's got it's pretty much the same car, just a little bit more tuning. So this will be a really good test to see if this car beats us. We need to get ours to relatively the same level. That's what we're gonna have to do. So that if we go against this for real money, virtual money, and it's microtransactions, right? We definitely need to upgrade our stuff. Let's see what we can do. I got a really good feeling this car is gonna beat us, even if we get a good reaction time. Yes? We still beat it. Look at that. Identical reaction time. Identical. And he was a little bit slower. So even with a little bit of... no, granted, he might have slipped a gear or something like that. I didn't really tell. But look at that. We beat it by almost 2/10. That was a close race. And this one has more tuning than what we've got. It probably still wouldn't behoove us, I guess, as far as to still put that same amount of tuning. So we make absolutely sure that car cannot beat us. But yeah, it seems good to me. Drop around 1K revs. Yeah, I think that's acceptable. Yeah, before it was like crazy amount of drop in revs. I guess as far as on that, it's a little bit smoother. I could probably use a little bit more fine tuning for sure. I don't doubt that. But I'm feeling pretty good about this car being able to beat that, getting almost identical reaction time, even though this one's got more tuning and even a slightly higher rating. I'm feeling pretty good about this car. So with that being said, let's put this up for some real virtual money. That's what we're going to call it. Go on the quarter mile, and we are in the Class A, and we're going to sign up for this. So there's our lineup. I'm going to leave it up to you folks to decide. Can we make it all the way to the end? I'm feeling pretty good about this car. Let me see if I can find... Can I make it all the way? There we go. Leave it up there for a minute. Feel free to use your sanity that you've accumulated while the stream has been live. Definitely no obligation whatsoever. So our first race that we're going up against is a turbo Camaro. Now we have gone against the turbo engine, I guess, as far as in the Supra. We did pretty good. So should be all right there, even though he's got a little bit higher rating. Who else we got in here? Do we have any more V10s? Got a couple of standard inline 6s. We've been able to beat those in practice. Let's see what else we got. We got a Porsche Carrera GT. It's on the docket. We've been able to beat this, I think, at this setup here. Don't quote me on that, but I think we've been able to beat that car. I think it was all with any tuning, now that I think of it. So that could be a potential one that could beat us. We got two of them in here, actually. So one with a little bit more tuning, this one's got a little bit less. We have beat this Rustamod. Not necessarily with this much tuning, but just to kind of give you a little bit of a rundown of some of the cars we got to go against. Hopefully help you decide, I guess, as far as how you predict. Alright, so we're going to run our first race with that prediction being closed. Let's see how we do here. All right, I'm going against this turbo-powered 2012 Camaro. All right, here we go. So I should probably mention a disclaimer. If I do red light at any point, I guess as far as during this run, we'll rerun, I guess, as far as the deal, and we'll leave the prediction right where it's at. So here we go. Oh, did that not fire up there? You had some car trouble there, Brent Lindemann? So we got our first race in the books. There it is. That did not fire off, but I did see it there. Welcome in there, Brent Lindemann. Was that radiator again? Was it the daggone radiator again? Daggone radiator. I'm telling you. Let me see if I can manually do that. Sometimes those things just don't want to fire off, and we have to rely, I guess, as far as on them to work like they're supposed to. But, yeah, it ended up being that radiator again, Brent Lindemann. It's always that radiator. Okay, where's it at? Why are you not firing off like you're supposed to? Okay, that's not the right one. Give me a second. So we got our first race in the books here, folks, for our, yeah, here we go. Let's do it this way.
You're late.
We had car trouble.
What kind of car trouble?
You got car trouble, you're in the right place.
I believe it was the radiator.
Daggone radiator. Well, hopefully you're in the right place. Well, we know you're in the right place, because as far as we'll try and get that fixed for you. Right now, we're running our running for some virtual cash. So our next race we go up against is another V10 special that has not quite as much tuning. Now we've already beaten one, I guess, as far as it has more tuning than us in practice. So it stands to reason we should be able to beat this guy. He's got maybe some better tires than what we've got, so he might have an advantage. Let's see what we can do in the second race. So again, at any time, even at this point here, if I do red light, we'll just start it over. I'm not gonna force people, I guess, as far as to be punished, I guess, as far as what they're redeeming, I guess, as far as it's because I red light. That's not your fault, that's my fault. Okay, so here we go, second race. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That one didn't even have as much tuning as we did. So we did still hit our 10.8. That was a total, we got, holy smokes, we got totally blindsided. So as we've seen, I guess, as far as in testing, this same car, I guess, as far as it had the same engine and at 5%, we were able to beat it by about a tenth. This one had less tuning, I guess, as far as when we had it, and it beat us. It's almost like this car is trying to show us up. They sandbagging us. That's what they did. They sandbagged us. I mean, that is official there. I mean, that was a legit race there. So we're gonna have to go for this one that beat us. So this one's got even more tuning, but this is on the standard inline 6. Yeah, we're gonna have to root for this guy now. GG's on your sandbagging. Good grief. So I'm gonna go with F-Type on this one. I was shocked by that one too. I feel like we got sandbagged in the practice though. I really do. So nope, and yes, so we're 50-50 there. So it looks like we gotta root for this guy. He beat us fair and square, I suppose. GG's to them. And okay, so even with that little bit less tuning, as far as on that car, he actually beat us. So the fact that he won the other two, that's pretty solid. I don't think now if he would have lost, I guess, as far as after beating us, I guess, as far as I would have had a little bit of question there, as far as like what the heck happened there. But the fact that he won all the way through, and we rooted him out, I guess, as far as pretty interesting. That little bit less of tuning. Now he did have better tires. That's one thing I'll say. We had the vintage race. He had the more modern race tires with that little less tuning. So tires do definitely make a difference, I guess, as far as with this this too. So if we did necessarily want to put those same types of tires on there, we'd have something for this car if we were to go up against it again. So unfortunate as it is there, folks, I guess as far as we did not make it all the way to the end. So that outcome was a big fat no. And my trans, I got so many things that are broken today, it's not even funny. We're working through it though. Practicing and racing is two different things. I don't think it's so much that, it's the tires. That's the main thing that I did notice, I guess, as far as in practice. When we did go against that car that had the more tuning, he had the same type of tires that we had, and we were able to beat it, right? So that car we went against that had less tuning, it had race tires. We have vintage race. That definitely made the difference there. That's my take on that. So we need to get this thing a wash. So if we did want to put the race tires on it, at least, in comparison to what we got now, we'd have something for that car that we just got beat against. Let's see. Let's take this to the car wash. We're gonna give it a bath. She got a little dirty taking it on the strip today. We had some fun with this thing. So whether or not we want to put the regular race tires on it, that's still yet to be determined there. I don't think I ever did wash the interior either. Let's do that. We should be out of the red with this car now too. We were in the red as far as value. We're not that much in the red. Probably fix that up a little bit more to get it in the green. So I don't plan on selling it, but it's just a matter of getting her fixed up enough, I guess, as far as so she's not in the red. So we can fix up some body panels. How many times I don't care how many times you've done it, I'm telling you, there is no difference in running it between practice and drag racing. I think what it does come down to is the parts you got on the car. And I'll say that this the same thing to anybody, I guess, as far as that wants to challenge it. Practice is no different, I guess, as far as in drag racing. The only difference is you're making money in comparison. It does make a difference, I guess, as far as what parts you got on the car. I could 100% guarantee that if we were going against that same car that beat us in competition, it would have beat us because it had better tires than what it was tuned for. 100%. I've done it enough times too to know. So if you don't like it, you don't have to. I mean, we can have a pissin match all day long, I guess, as far as how this this business works. There's really no much difference between practice and drag racing other than making money when you run the car. So with that said, I guess as far as I'm going to leave it at that, I think I'm going to probably try and change out the tires on this thing and just test her out. I think I also want to fix up some body panels on this. Let's do... Yeah, let's fix these up. We should be able to fix these up here. But there's still going to be some parts that we're not going to be able to fix. And I'm telling you there isn't. And you can believe what you want to believe, but I've done it enough times to know it comes down to the parts that are on the car. So I know tail lights are going to be repairable. So again, to each their own. You can believe what you want to believe. I know what I know. It's based on the mechanics of the game. Let's see. So interior, I think I'll leave that alone. Is that all the parts, body parts that we can take off this thing that are repairable? We got the doors, we got the hood, front bumper, rear bumper. All right, cool. Let's go get these fixed up. So we're only slightly into the red, I guess, as far as with the car. And we're just trying to get out of the red. And I think just by fixing up these body panels, that should help it. Okay. Yeah, let's put those back on. Okay. So I don't know if I want to do windshields and all that too, because I know that's going to affect value as well. Yeah, so let's see how shape our windows. Yeah, they're still in pretty good shape. So the mirrors we got fixed. We're just trying to get it out of the red. That's about all. So we got our rear clamshell, rear bumper. There we go. And we should be out of the red now. Marvelous. That's all I wanted to do. Even without fixing everything, I guess as far as to 100%, we at least got it out of the red. I'm happy with it. So while we got it up on the rack here, let's play around with some tires. So we can put some race tires on this guy, as opposed to the vintage race. We'll probably keep the same diameter. We want to be able to reuse the rims. And I'm pretty sure I don't have these size tires in the warehouse, that's for sure. I know that for a fact. So these are going to be brand new. So I know I had been suggesting as far as to put some slicks on it potentially. I don't think we need to go that extreme with it. Again, just trying to keep it, not go nuts, I guess, as far as what the tuning on this car. You know, we give it a little bit more than stock. Just a little bit more than stock. So separate these out. Okay, so the rims should be refurbishable. We'll get that over to the bench and get those done. Speaking of being refurbishable, we got a lot of parts that we can probably use on a flip one of these engines. Okay, those are all fixed up. Where's our tires? We want to get 355 35 16-inch. We want to get some race tires as opposed to vintage race. 355 35. All right, let's go to the tire shop. And we want to do race tire. Now, do we want to get white letter tires? I think that might be cool. I think we do. Let's do these here. We're going to do 2 of these. 355. Need to be 16-inch diameter. We can still reuse our rims. 35 profile. 355 wide. Beefy boys. Oh, that's not even the widest tire we can put on that thing. We're going to stick with the 355, so we can go wider. We do have it set up on the options here, I guess, as far as we can go oversized tires. We're going to keep it just that wide. I think that should be fine. So there's our race tires as opposed to vintage race. And we'll see how she performs with these. Get those on the rims. I don't know, there's something about a nice white letter tire. I don't know. So install. How many out there actually like the white letters? Got the graphic or whatever on the sidewall. I think they look better. Makes like it's moving fast. You can actually tell it's moving fast by having them on the tire. Get these rebalanced. Okay, so let's get those back onto the rear. And we'll do the same for the front. So, changing these up from vintage race to this race tires. These are the type of tires that did beat us, I guess, as far as with the lesser tuning on this car. So, alright, we'll see how we do with these race tires on it. So, what we'll look to see is, as far as in practice, let's see if we can go against another V10 special BMW Procar that has less tuning than we do, and see if we can beat it now. That'll be the test here. We'll separate these out. Fix these rims up. I mean, they're already in good shape, but can't hurt, right? Okay, let's go get these rims fixed up. Now we got them separated. Okay, so we'll do this. Now we'll go to the tire shop and we need to get 205. A little bit thicker sidewall, so 205 55 60. 205 55. Alright, let's go to the tire shop. We want to get these, so they're 16-inch. Two of them. 205. Big time narrow in the front. 50. The 50 or 55? I wrote it down wrong, so was it 50 or 55? Yeah, we'll go with that. I think it was 55. So, yep, it was 55. I can't drive 55. Well, we've been driving better than 55, so yeah, so we'll get some race tires. Those are vintage race. Now, those vintage race ones are still pretty good. We can use those as a flip tire. Let's install new race tires. Yeah, we can definitely still reuse those tires. Alrighty then, let's get these balanced. We must have the balance. Okay, there's one. Whoops, I'm flat. There we go. Put those back on the front. Cool. Just upgrading from a vintage race tire to a modern race tire. These are really cool looking rims, I gotta admit. Very unique design of the BMW. Okay, so now with these tires on there, we can get this re-dynoed. Get a re-dynoed. I guess as far as all that done. Move this back over to the dyno. Okay, let's see what we got here. So we shouldn't get any horsepower gain necessarily, but maybe a little bit higher on the drag rating. Up to a 522, so we're up in the 500 range. Hopefully that wasn't too much. So we still got the 1500 horsepower gain. That didn't change. I didn't expect that to change. We're at a 522 now, just by putting the race tires on it. So proof in the pudding, I guess, as far as that the race tires are better than the vintage race. Now, keeping in mind, I guess, as far as too, that the vintage race ones that we had on there, they weren't 100%. So there's always that factor too. These look pretty good though. Alright, so we'll get this over to the track and we'll do some practice on this one with these tires. Let's see what's going on with it now. Now, what we're hoping to see is that we'll get another V10 with lesser tuning than we've got, which is at 275%. So if we get another one that's at, like, say 205 with those same tires, we should be able to beat it. This is the let's go to the quarter mile and let's see if it'll give us one. There's another V10, has no tuning, vintage race, so we want one that has the same type of tires with either no tuning or lesser tuning. So see if it'll give us one. Let's see if it'll give us one. So there's the V6 with the slicks on it. Inline 6 with the slicks. Probably won't give it to us. It's probably afraid of us. So these ones got sport tires on it. So same engine, V10 with the sport tires. Now the sport tires should be a higher grade than the race, from what I've tested out. So the fact that this one's got sport with that, this one should beat us. What does this? Let's just confirm here in practice. So by the numbers there, with the sport tires and that amount of tuning, it should beat us. And indeed it does. Yo, Osmond coming in to get us as far as...
tapped up as I walk and look.
Nice,
Have
appreciate
an
that.
epic time.
Appreciate that there, Oz. Very epic indeed. Appreciate the biddies. We'll get you tabbed up here as far as well if you're going on there, as far as doing that, more than likely doing your superhero workout. For those of you that haven't checked out Osmond, you should do that. Super high energy streaming, gets as far as plays a lot of 7 Days of the Guy, Hollow World, and things like Repo as well. Plus you get to see some superhero workouts, so very cool, I guess, as far as if you haven't followed yet, make sure you go do that. Put it on your to-do list if it behooves you. But anyway, that car did beat us as we expected with the sport tires and that more tuning. 100%. Alright, so that's what we expected. We're looking for this same car, same engine, same tires, and less tuning. So here we go. Same tires, less tuning. So this is exactly what we're looking for. We're looking for less tuning than what we have, same tires, same engine. This one we should be able to beat. And we did not. So we even got a better reaction. This is an interesting result, I will admit. So the fact that they were able to beat us with less tuning and the same tires, that's super duper interesting. So by the numbers here, there should have been no problem. We should be able to beat that guy. We got a higher rating, more tuning, same engine and tires. This is very interesting, I guess, as far as to how that turned out. There really should have been no reason. Now, if we can get this same type of car in the drag sense, I guess, as far as, and see what the result is there, and see what that turns out. So this is definitely proving me wrong so far, I guess, as far as that we should have been able to beat that, as far as in practice. I'm gonna run it again though. We already did have a better, oh shoot, and I screwed it up. So we got another one here with higher. So this would make more sense to me, I guess, as far as that we should be able to beat this, or this car should beat us with the higher tuning as opposed to that. So far it's not really proving anything to me, I guess, as far as other than the fact that we might just have parts on our car, I guess, as far as that are less 100%, I guess, as far as in that car we went against with less tuning. That's all that proves to me. So let's just, this car should beat us anyway. So if we beat this one in practice, that's going to be bass backwards. Okay, we would expect this car to beat us, and that's a 10.5 as opposed to our 10.7 that we can get. So that makes sense there. That this car beats us with that little bit more tuning and the same tires and everything else. Okay, so hopefully we can get another one that's got less tuning. So that's more tuning. Yeah, the fact it only had like 1% too, that was super surprising. Okay, so this one's got, that's the V6 though. Special. So that one's got sport tires. Okay, this has no tuning, so we went up against one that had tuning with the sport and it beat us. I still think this one will beat us, beat the fact that the sport tires are better than race. As far as grip, so it's probably like the next step, I guess, as far as towards slicks with the sport tires. See what we can do here. $10.7 to a 10.8, so we can hit a 10.7, so that would be a pretty close race. But in all actuality, it does not surprise me that this one here with the sport tires and no tuning can actually beat us in a lower rating. That makes more sense to me right there. Because yeah, the hierarchy of the tires, it goes. So we had vintage race on it. Race ones are better. Sport is the next level, and then your next level would be slicks. That's kind of the hierarchy of that. So does not surprise me that this one did beat us. That one makes more sense than the one that had the same tires with less tuning. I'm a little bit confused here, I guess, as far as how that works, but let's see if we can find another one with less tuning. I want it to get closer to the 205, the one that beat us at in competition. So this one's got vintage race. So this one we should be able to beat no problem. Vintage race and no tuning. This one in theory we should be able to beat no problem. We even had a crappier reaction time. So yeah, look at how close that was though. Holy smokes. He was definitely keeping up with us. We beat him by 1,000th. Look at that interval. That is nuts. So we had the vintage race with no tuning. So the fact that I had a crappier reaction time, he had a better reaction time. That was probably the only thing that kept him even with us. That was a good race. Really good race. Not gonna even worry about that one. So we're looking for one with a race with just slightly less than what we have in tuning. That's not one. That one's got slicks. That's the V6. V10 Sport. This one should beat us. You'd blow us out of the water. Sport with that much tuning definitely would beat us. I'm gonna go ahead and just for the giggles. Just for the giggles. Indeed you did. You got a really good reaction time too. 10.7 to a 7. That's a really good race though too. These types of races, this is what I like. Nice and tight like that. Okay, so we're looking for... Come on, give me one with just a little bit less tuning. That's the inline 6. V10 Sport, we already knew that beat us. That's Sport. We want race with a little bit less tuning. Slicks, that's the inline 6 though. Okay, race. Oh wow, he's got a ton of tuning on this thing. Yeah, that's definitely going to beat us. So the one with 5%, that pretty much beat us. So this one's definitely going to beat us. Not even going to try that one. B6 special. No. Looking for... The only thing a little bit lower on the tuning, that's all. And we get one. So Sport. And we already know that can beat us. V10 Sport. Come on, you're not going to give me a race with... This is closer to what we want. We want these to have race tires. Inline 6, F-type. Keep giving me those ones with a race and with a ton of tuning. I don't want that. It's not a good comparison. Inline 6 with slicks. Okay, that's got race with a ton of tuning, so we know that'll beat us because the one with 5% will beat us. Not even going to try that one. Not gonna give us to us. So that's got slicks. That's the V6. So one way we can do this, if it doesn't give it to us this way, yeah, it's only giving us the ones that have more tuning with the race tires at this point. So what we're gonna do, let's go back to here, quarter mile. Let's go here. Oh, that's not what I want. Hold on. Need the warm up. We get to pick the car. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna select opponent. We're gonna go to this. We want to have the V10 special, and we want race tires. There we go. And we want to put this to a 205. This is the car that beat us. It's not gonna let me do it. Wish I could type it in there. Hard to dial that in. Well, give me 205. That is the rating that it was at. It's not gonna let me dial it into 205. Piece of crap. Wish I could type it in. Dirty rascal. You know what we'll do? We'll just do the 202. That's as close as I can get it. So with these same tires, so this is pretty close, I guess, as far as to what car beat us when we had the vintage race tires on it in competition. Let's try this one out. It's not right on the money, I guess, as far as the tuning that it had. Okay, so that car didn't even have as much as the one that beat us. So we did sleep there a little bit. So at 10.7, solid. I'm just trying to see what's behind this, I guess, as far as with this car having lesser tuning. So this one had 3% less than the car that beat us. I don't know what my reaction time, I guess, as far as in competition, but look at that interval. We've got 2.75 in tuning. This one's only got 202 and it beat us. This is interesting thought here, and this is in just practice for the most part. Wish I could dial this into 205. That'd be super nice. But the fact that this test here, I guess, as far as shows that even this lesser amount of tuning, even though it was different than what the car that actually beat us in competition, that one still beat us. So same tire and everything, I guess, as far as that's in a totally different mode than in competition. I'm kind of scratching my head here a little bit. Why is that the case? Why is that the case? More tuning, I guess, as far as with the same of everything else, should, in theory, I guess, as far as mean that we should beat it. We should be able to beat it by the numbers there. But that's definitely not the case. So let's put this at a, I don't know. How much higher can we go here? 224. Get a little bit closer to what this one here and see what happens. Try it this way. I'm trying to understand just the game mechanics behind this at this point, because that to me doesn't really make any sense. So that's two different modes that something with lesser tuning with the same of pretty much everything else can beat us. Okay, we did sleep there quite a bit there too. That's huge. We got to redo that. So this one even got better than 10.7. That's better than what we're able to get. That's at a 520. That's only 2 points less than we are, and it was able to beat us. Granted, I did sleep there a lot, so I'm gonna try this one again. What's better air reaction time, and just to see. That is super interesting. So that even got a 10.5. Holy smoke. So I don't even think I could get that, even if I was to get that same reaction time. Why is this the case? This is what is confusing me. We have more tuning in this car. So where did it beat us here? So it beat us right at the 60 foot. All the way through the run. How is that happening? That is super duper interesting. So lesser tuning, same everything else. Even lesser rating. And it beats us. That is wild. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Get back in there. Yeah, that reset it. So let's put this back to V10 special. I need to investigate this a little bit more because this is kind of surprising me as to why that is the case. By the numbers, that should not work that way. Let's do 247. Let's put it closer to what we have. 292, 269. That's closer to what we actually have. Whoops, I forgot to put the race tires. 522 to 522. Alright. What's gonna be, now if it still beats us, I guess, as far as this point, then I'm just gonna conclude driver error, I suppose. Okay, so what else on this car do we not have, I guess, as far as to 100%? That's probably what we should be asking ourselves. Is it going to come down to all the others, brakes and all that stuff? Because everything else that we have as far as engine, gearbox, that's all better, I guess, as far as, or if nothing else, the same as this car that we're going up against. Yet it is beating us, even with lesser, even comparable tuning. I think there's probably more we need to do to this car to make it worth our while, I guess, as far as more competitive, I guess, as far as two cars like this. So we have to assume, I guess, as far as this car that we're going up against here in testing has everything 100%, as far as the mechanical parts go. So that's going to be my conclusion to that. So I think what we need to do is get this car more to 100% than it is. That's my only conclusion out of all that testing. We're going to get this car to more to 100%. So we did get it in the green, I guess, as far as, condition-wise, I guess, as far as, but that doesn't mean it's not running at 100%. So we're going to fix that problem. Let's fix that problem. Start the revs. Well, it's not going to happen. I don't believe in doing revs, both either virtually or in reality, because I feel it's way too much wear and tear on the engine. You don't have to like me for that either. Nope. I mean, I have proven, I guess, as far as that the revs do help. And if that's the way the game mechanic is designed, I feel that's a ridiculous of a mechanic in the game. Because as far as, in all actuality, if you set the car up, even in reality, you shouldn't have to rev it at all. It should just be able to get up and go, I guess, as far as out of the chute. You don't see funny cars, for example, or even dragsters rev the car, I guess, as far as necessarily to take off. At least around here they don't. It may be a different story, I guess, as far as in other parts of the world, but definitely not around here. So they set the deal up, I guess, as far as to just be able to get out of the chute when you mat the gas. So that's the approach I take to it. Nobody has to agree with it. You don't have to like it, and that's okay. I guess that's okay. So what we're going to do is see what else we can get to 100% on this thing. So we'll probably do a lot of the suspension parts and stuff like that. I think we got the drive shaft, the axles, I guess, as far as all 100% already. So let's go ahead and take these tires off. We'll do the rear first, then we'll work our way to the front. Yeah, you'll never see me do revs I just feel not only is the conducting the revs, I guess as far as in this game, is a little bit strange to me, for lack of a better way to put it. I also feel it's just not necessary. So again, no matter if in reality or virtually, revving the engine is too much wear and tear on the engine. I'm not going to change my mind. So yeah, this is already good. We do need to get that off to get the hub off. Yeah, let's get most of these parts here to 100%. I think that's kind of where we're at with this thing at this point. Let's get the rest of it to 100%. It deserves it. I think it definitely deserves it. I don't care if they're revving in or not. To be perfectly honest, I really don't care. I've beaten plenty of them against this hard without revving the cars. If I set the car up right, I don't really care what the opponents are doing. I've proven it time and time again that you don't have to rev it to beat the opponent, even though they are revving it. So take that with a grain of salt. The only thing that I've come to conclude, I guess, as far as that you can set the car up to not have to rev it and still beat the car. Still beat the opponent. Okay. Yeah, so there'll be some parts in here that we already got to 100%, like the axles, but some of this other stuff we'll get to 100%. We'll have to replace the wheel bearings. Yeah, a lot of this stuff is in really good shape. I think we got a really good deal on this car overall, like as far as at the auction. It's based on the condition of it. Alright, so let's go fix these components up. We can get these rotors remachined. Okay, so we'll get that machine. Let's get these fixed up. Yeah, the fact that we don't have any parts that are orange or red, that's good. I think my rotor's done. I'll get the next rotor on there. Get your rotor running. Head out on the highway. Alright, those are done. Okay, so we know we're going to need wheel bearings, bushings, and all that good stuff. Okay, let's get ourselves some... So with this setup here, we've got 8 rubber bushings. Let's do that. Okay. We're going to need some wheel bearings. Now, we don't need the caps because we got the axles going through it. We do need 2 of these. And we might have to take those shock assemblies apart to see what we need to refurbish on those. Okay, let's do that right now. Nope. Wrong one. You gotta keep them separated. Okay, so... let's see here what we got, and these shock assemblies we've got to replace. Both of them are 91% on the shocks. That's a bummer. You know what I might do? I can probably put these back together. We'll keep those for a flip car, and we'll just rebuild these brand new. I think that might not be a bad idea. So we need 2. Those are rear springs, yep. And then our caps. All that's in the green. Yeah, so I think they're good shape. They're just not 100%. Let's put these back. And we can use those on a flip car. And we'll build some brand new ones. Okay. Let's do... nope. Wrong one. Let's go to here. Order up some 2 new ones of these. I don't need that. We tried to get a tuned one, I guess, as far as those clutch covers, and that's not available for this V10. Oops, I didn't mean to get out of that. Okay, we need 2 of these. Did I only get 1 spring? I think I did. Something tells me I only got 1 spring. Okay, so let's do join. Nope, we're good. Okay, so we'll put these back in the car. So no subframe in this thing, but we did get everything else fixed up here. New bushings. Marvelous. New shock assemblies. 100%. Okay, we've got our back and plated. Wheel hub, that's refurbished. Re-rotored rotors. Re-rotored? Remachined. Let's go with remachined, shall we? What about brake pads? Hold on a minute. That is not what I wanted when I unmount that. So those were not 100%. Oh my gosh. Going all in the wrong places. Looking for love in all the wrong places. Okay, so we need... Yep, let's get some new pads. 2 new sets of pads. Yep, 1 for each side. It deserves to be at 100% all the way around. Calipers are refurbished along with the cylinder. New wheel bearing. And put our drive shaft back in. There we go. There's that side. Weight on the tires. So we got our refurbished knuckle. Back and plate. Wheel hub. Okay, upper control arm. Interesting. So it's got... What's this tube going into... Interesting. Just notice that on the performance gearbox. Got it on both sides there. It's got tubes going into the... Interesting. So it's got like vacuum in there. I don't know if they use that for ventilation or vacuum. So, yep, 100% shock assembly. Re-rotored, re-machined rotors, new pads, reconditioned calipers. Cool, new wheel bearing, and drive axle. Cool. That's everything there. Let's put the tires back on. Nice. Okay, so that's the front, rear end. We'll work on the front end now. So we know this is probably inevitable. Inevitable? Yeah, that's a word. We're gonna go this far, I guess, as far as eventually. Been kind of fun working on this V10 special Procar. Some wheel bearing. Pretty much the same setup on this one here. We got 8 rubber bushings, no subframe. Has no subframe. Probably do the same to these front shock assemblies. We'll probably just keep those and get some new ones. We'll do a fresh build. Okay, what did we miss here? All the tie rod stuff. Some of these parts we can fix up. I'm gonna get the other side out first. That's right. I knew that. Get this side out. What are we missing here? Wheel bearing. Wheel hub. Back and plate. Upper control arm. Oop, don't forget that sway bar for that end link. Well, they're not repairable. Kind of at this point, I guess I'm kind of curious to see how much we can get this worth fixing it up 100%. That's kind of where we're at now, I guess. Okay, so we already got the battery. We need to drain that and fix up the servo. We'll get that here. We'll get the engine front end, I guess, as far as momentarily. Let's fix all this stuff up first. One thing at a time. It's kind of a step process there. Whoops, I did it again. Okay, I got all of that. So we're going to need 8 new rubber bushings. Get those right away. For that front end setup, so we got 8 of those. We're going to need 2 new wheel bearings and caps. Two of those and 2 of these. Okay, let's go get our rotors remachined. We'll clean up on those. I'll get some new brake pads. Two sets of pads, calipers, and all that should be refurbished. We're good to go there. Okay, next. Okay, while it's doing that, we're going to drain out. Can we get to the servo from down here? Probably not. Probably not. Nope, gotta get it from up above. I want to see if I can do something with that servo. While we're waiting on this rotor to remachine. Cool. Alright, let's get that off and let's put this back together. Knuckles, refurbish. Back and plate, refurbish. Wheel hub, refurbish. Yep, got those resurfaced. Pads, calipers are conditioned. Wheel bearing, got a brand new one. And full bar grease, cap her off. Nice. Upper and lower control arms. Refurbished with some new bushings. We're gonna rebuild some new shock assemblies. So we need to put this on the list. Get 2 new ones of those. Okay, we're gonna need springs. Helps you spell it right? Okay, we need front springs. Yep, we need 2 of those. And we need some caps. These puppies right there, so we need 2 of those. Okay, so we'll rebuild some new ones of those. Yeah, we'll keep those other ones for a flip. We got front and rear shock assemblies for another flip. Marvelous. Okay, put these new ones in. Need a new front sway bar. What the heck, dude? Put that on the list. Get a new one of those. And flapper. Okay, so we're gonna need new end links. Get 2 new ones of those. Okay, so that's pretty much that side. Put the steering rack back in. We're gonna need tie rod stuff. I need that guy. Get 2 new ones of those. Whoa, what are you doing? I didn't say you could do that. Alright, let's get 2 new ones of these. Alrighty then, so let's go back over this way and get this side. We got our knuckle, back and plate, wheel hook, rotors, remachine, new pads, okay, so we got new wheel bearing, packet full of grease, capper off. Voice, okay, upper and lower control arms, refurbished with some new bushings. Yeah, we'll deal with all that stuff in there next. I guess this first. We'll get to that. Lower control arm, new bushings. New shock assembly. And new end link. Sweet. Auto tie rod, brand new. And we'll put our tires back on. Fancy rims. Alrighty then, let's get the stuff in the... I want to say at the engine bay, but that's not the engine bay. It's just the front of the car. Okay. That's the front of the car. So let's drain this out. Fix up this servo. Okay, then we don't have the mess on the floor. Everything else in here besides this, we might need to take that and drain it out. Waste that reservoir. We've already done stuff like the battery. We're good there. Okay, let's go fix up what we can over here, which should just be the servo. Yep. And that's good to go. Okay, refurbished servo. Need a new reservoir. Slap that in and put some new fluid in it. Brand new bug juice. Okay. See what kind of condition we're in now. Alright, we're 91% on the body. Okay, why are we 91%? It's interesting. So 100% on parts. 90% on interior. You could probably weld the frame. That might be part of the reason too, I guess, maybe why it veers to the left just a tad bit, even though everything is straight on the alignment. You might go ahead and weld the frame too. Not sure what's going on with the body. That may be just license plates, which I'm not worried about those. I think we're in better shape there anyway. Yeah, so let's weld the frame. Get that to 100%. Yeah, it's got that little bit of veer to the left, even though the alignment is straight. We might even have to realign it too, I guess, as far as... just out of curiosity. Now that we've done all the refurbished parts on the suspension, let's move this over to test path. So is it still showing it's all straight? Let's see here. It is not. So the fact that we took all those parts off threw it on a whack. Okay, so I'm going to do two things here. I need to know this for my own my own knowledge here. So if we do this and then weld the frame, we'll check it again as far as make sure this stays square. So definitely we saw earlier, I guess, as far as we saw everything was straight with the suspension. Now that we've taken all the parts off and put them back on there, threw it out of whack. Okay, so that's all square. Now what we'll do, we're gonna go weld the frame and see if it keeps the everything else still square in that. I never really tested that, I guess, as far as before. I just took it for granted that it would automatically straighten that out. 2300, I guess, as far as to get her welded. Cool. Maybe she won't veer to the left now. Let me straighten her up. Alright, let's get her back over to the test path. See if we kept her straight. Indeed, keeps her straight. So it's just mostly just those suspension components, which kind of makes sense as to why I would throw it out of whack if we take those parts on, even put them back on after refurbish. Okay, so something else that's probably getting the body below there is probably like the headlights and taillights, which I'm not really too worried about that. Nah, not really. So let's take this back to the strip for one last time. Now that we got all these parts fixed up here, and see what you can do. I did not mean to do that. Oh, brake fluid. I gotta put the brake fluid in. Yep. So we did take the servo out and drain it. My bad. What I should have done too is verify that we did get the frame to 100%, which we should have. We did run the welder on it. So we've got 100% on frame, 100% on parts. So yeah, this here is probably going to relate to license plate and the fact that the headlights and the taillights are not 100%. That should be the confirmation there. So let's take this over to the strip. Now we fixed all these parts up. Yeah, sure. Didn't really need to re-dyno it. We didn't really replace anything performance-wise. Gonna be good to go. Alright, so let's do one-on-one on the quarter mile. I want to see if we can find. So that's a V6. Let's see if we can go up against our twin brother or something close to it. Twin brother's afraid of us now. Okay, here we go. So he's got vintage race on this one. Should be able to beat this one, no problem. You got the vintage race and less tuning. Be able to beat that one, no problem. I still want to go up against one that has same tires, same everything else, but the lower tuning. Still need to do that. What in the world? Okay, they got a much better reaction time. Is that all that came down to? That was unexpected. That's crazy. So even with us fixing up everything that we did there, we lost by what, 2/10? 200s. Ain't that bad. You know what? I gotta do that one again. I need a redemption on that one. That's crazy. Good race, but still crazy. Beat it that time. No, it was actually flip-flop there. That was an interesting result. That time they had a better reaction. That is super duper wild. 2765, 5051. Look at the intervals on these stuff. I totally flipped around there. It shouldn't beat us that that last race, that previous race. But okay, anyway, I just needed to feel better that we can't beat that car with the vintage race tires and the lesser tuning. All right, let's see if we can get. I want to basically go against our twin. Only want lesser tuning than what we've got. That's pretty comparable. So 522 to 522, 263. Race. Now, this could be a toss-up, I guess, as far as, but by the numbers here, we should have a slight advantage. So if it comes down to relatively same reaction time, we should be able to, come to a stalemate even. I mean, somebody's always got to win, even if it is by a fraction. This should be a good matchup, though. Look at that. So we even had a better reaction time. Look at that interval, though. Holy smokes. So slightly less tuning, same tires. That's wild. So just by the reaction time itself, based on the lesser tuning on this one, would tell me, I guess, as far as we should have beat it. We should have beat it. Because we got the, I don't even know, we don't know for sure, I guess, as far as what tuning parts this car's got. So that's something else that kind of makes me tend to wonder. This shouldn't have happened. Yeah, so without knowing what other parts, performance-wise, this car's got, it's really hard to tell, I guess, as far as why that's beating us, even by that slim a margin. It should be the other way around, just based on these numbers here. We're better than this car, I guess, as far as by that little bit. We should be beating it by that small margin. Let me do that one again. With that being said, almost an identical result, and it even got better than before. Almost identical reaction time. I don't remember what it was, so that's pretty close to what we just previously ran. This thing is beating us by that much. That's just crazy. So we got some work to do, I guess, as far as to make this just a little bit better. We want to get closer to probably that 6%. I don't even want to go that high because this is going to get us too high, I guess, as far as on the rating. I kind of like this range, but we need to be just a smidge better, I guess, as far as than that. That's kind of where I'm at. Yeah, so just to be a smidge higher. So I'm thinking like 3-4%. So if we were to go against this car, the same thing, and have that much tuning. Now, bear in mind, I guess, as far as when we increase our tuning here, we're going to go against cars that are going to be comparable, right? I don't know if we're going to end up in like a stalemate, I guess, as far as, so like if we do increase this to 4%, we go against something that's like 367, it will still beat us. Something like that type of scenario. Let's play around with this idea, though. Let's see if we can get it to around 4% on the tuning. And we'll run some tests on that one. Yeah, I don't even want to come close to 550, actually. I'm thinking like 530, 535. You know, basically get the overall tuning to like 4%. So in my head, 4% should only be what, 426 427 or 527, I guess, as far as we're currently at 522. I think if we get to like a 527, 529, that's comfortable. So I think with that, I'm gonna try and do 30 gearbox. I'm gonna do. So I know the air filters probably do 1%. Let's see. What do I want to do to get it to 4%? So ignition coils, I know it's going to put me over. Don't want to do that. I think I can do throttles. That'll give me 2%. Yeah, we can take this off. Let's take these off. Get at the throttles. Yeah, let's get at the throttles. I could do fuel filter and pump and all that good stuff. Just gauging some stuff out here. I'm gonna try the throttles. I believe the pump gives us I think it's, is that 4% by itself? I forget. Yeah, let me pull the pump. Okay, let's try some stuff out here. Let's go to the tune shop. Oops, I didn't mean to do it that way. Oopsie, hold on. Let's go here. Any throttles? Where are my throttles? There's my throttles. So get throttles. And fuel pump. I didn't remember there for a second. Fuel pump. Let's put that on the list. Oh, the tune shop. Yep. Get 2 throttles. So those give us 1.5%. That's 3%. We already got 275. So that gives us 575 if we get those. I think that's a little too much. What does the fuel pump give us? I kind of don't want to go that high. Let's do fuel pump. That's 1.5%. So that's 375. So that's 4. That's a little bit closer to what I want. Let's just do the fuel pump for now. So that should give us 4.25% of tuning. Yeah, my math is right. We'll redyno that with that in there. Cool. So yeah, we won't do throttles. I think that's going to be a little too high. That's getting closer to 6%. I know I said I didn't want to go over that, but I feel even going that high is going to be a little too high. I just need to humor myself. Let's go ahead. I know. I think we should be at 4.25%. Oops, forgot the air filter in that. I knew that. That helps. I can put that back in. Gotta put the throttle back in too. Hey, dummy. Yeah, so all we upgraded is just the fuel pump for now. Let's see where we're at. This to see. Alright, there we go. Back in. We should be able to dyno it. So, I'm thinking it should be 4.25% for the tuning. Doesn't tell us that, so it went up 10 horsepower just with the fuel pump. That's crazy. So it went up 10 horsepower from 15% with just the fuel pump. We are at a 530. That's about what I was looking for. I wanted to stay a little bit under that, but I think that's comfortable. It's still comfortable. Give me 1 second before here, folks. I'll be right back. Well, that's pretty cool. I guess as far as they were asking around, I guess as far as going door to door to see if anybody was interested in doing any barbecue. Want to have a barbecue outside, I guess as far as yeah. So at least we got something cooking, I guess as far as for dinner. Nice. All right. So where are we at here? We want to get this over to the strip. So we did get it up to 530 on the rating. Let's get it over to the strip and see try her out. Cool. Yeah, I had no idea, I guess, as far as what we're gonna do for foods, I guess as far as for dinner. So now I got an idea. Nice. So they're gonna have, you know, hamburgers, hot dogs, I guess as far as all kinds of stuff. Maybe I'll be able to get some of those grilled pizzas. We had those last year. Those were so good. Have you never had a pizza on the grill? Oh my goodness, it's a heck of a lot better than stone oven pizzas. Anyway, so let's try this out here. So we get right away, we get to go against the same car, I guess, as far as that we took the engine from. It's got the slicks on it with a little bit of tuning. Sweet. So what we are looking for is to be able to go against our twin that has slightly less tuning. Let's see if we can beat that guy. 4949, identical reaction times. 10.7 to a 10.9. I'm happy with that result. Nice, so we get to beat the actual car that we took this engine from. Pretty good race there. Alright, so we got the V6. Let's see if we can get the V8. Okay, it's got the sport tires on this one. So we already know this one could probably beat us because it's got the better tires. And more tuning. Alright, let's just prove it. So we got the higher rating. This is interesting. It's got more tuning with the sport tires. This should be higher rating than that. Alright, let's try this one out. It's kind of curious. Curiosity. Nice. So we did beat that car. I like that margin too. That's pretty cool. So it seems to me, now that we've redone the suspension, all that, the shifting on it seems a little bit smoother. I haven't done anything more to that. So post fact, I guess as far as of getting everything to 100% on the suspension, I just happened to notice that too. So that little bit of flutter, that mild flutter that we had in the shifting, it doesn't do that anymore. Let alone it doesn't veer off to the left like it was ever so slightly. So it doesn't do that either. So yeah, I think we got this thing dialed in pretty well. Okay, so we did beat that one. So we're looking for... Alright, here we go. This is a nice one here. So it's got lesser tuning. 526 on the rating. Same tire. We should be able to beat this car. Just by the numbers and what we see here, there should be no reason why we shouldn't be able to beat that car. No reason. Let's see what we can do here. This makes no sense to me. That makes absolutely no sense to me. We even had a better reaction time, and this stinking car is still beating us. I feel like the game is trying to troll me at this point. So, by the numbers, just going by the numbers, there should be no reason why we should not beat this car. We got better tuning, higher rating, same tires, everything else the same. So just by looking at the numbers by themselves, there's no reason why we shouldn't beat that car. So it doesn't seem to matter the At this point, if it's 2%, 3%, or whatever, if this car even has close to what we've got, I guess as far as everything else, it still beats us. We had a better reaction time on this run. So this is really raising a huge red flag to me. Is like, why is that happening? This car is probably more, even better shape than it was when we previously ran these tests. So even by fixing the car up to be more 100%, we're still getting beat. Even with that slight margin and a difference in tuning. Makes no sense to me. So this one's got sport tires. Sport, race. So this one's got this is the type of car I would expect to beat us. With the more tuning, with everything else the same. This right here would make sense, I guess, as far as why they would beat us. Especially with a better reaction time. Unbelievable. Alright. Whoops. Tried to jump the gun there, my bad. See, now, that right there is what I would expect to see with that car. Having the more tuning. That makes sense to me. That totally makes sense to me. Even though it's got everything else the same, but the tuning is better, is higher, as well as the rating. Totally makes sense that that car would beat us. The other one, not so much. That's got even more tuning. Alright, let's see if we can get another one. So that's got vintage race. So we're looking for another one that has everything the same, but maybe like that much tuning. See if it'll give it to us. If we don't get it this way, we can do it the other way. So that's got the sport tires. So we already, we beat this one, I guess, as far as earlier. Let's try it again. This is really boggling my mind, I guess, as far as how that works. There's all kinds of things running into my head as far as like, why is that happening? Something ain't adding up. Well, we did sleep there a little bit too. That contributes, I guess, as far as the losing. Because we can definitely get it that end time there easily. Alright. Now, just move along here. There's another Porsche Carrera. It's got some slicks. No, we're definitely able to beat that guy. Vintage race. V6 with the slicks. So V10 race, a ton of tuning. We already know that's going to beat us. Way higher rating too. We need something. We need to go the other way on the amount of tuning. You get a nice mix of cars, different trims of the same car. I'm happy with that. So yeah, it's not going to give us anything lower than that. Doesn't look like it. So what I'm gonna do. Yep. All these are higher, I guess, as far as what we have. We already know that's going to beat us. That's got sport. We want race. Okay. Race at a 406. Okay, there we go. This is a little bit closer to our same amount of tuning. It's at a 529. Yeah, this will be a good one. See how this works. So the main thing is we want to get a better reaction time on this thing. If we get the better reaction time, with the amount of tuning that we got, everything else being better than that car in the other lane, should, in theory, allow us to beat that car. We'll see what we can do. Okay, almost identical reaction time. Almost identical. fact, we had slightly better. Not a ton better, but a slightly better. Look at how much it's beating us, though. That's crazy. That is crazy. Super crazy. Alright. It's against my better thinking as far as on this, but we are going to rev it. Even though I don't believe that should be necessary. But let's just see. Now I know on certain cars like the C8 and whatever, you almost have to in order to make use, I guess, as far as of the default parts, you know, as far as the stock parts. This has performance parts on it. So in my mind, I guess as far as the fact that both cars got performance, that's the only thing that's keeping it, you know, out of balance, out of whack, I guess, as far as the revving. I still feel it's ridiculous to have to do it. You will not change my mind on that. Alright, so let's try this out. See, we did sleep here. Let's see, it's so wonky to me, I guess, as far as how to have to rev the car, as far as to take off there. But look at that, it still beat us. We got a 10.6. To me, it's just proving my point. You should not have to rev. Should not have to. It's just silly. But anyway, moving along. That doesn't prove anything as far as other than the fact that the game just feels like you have to rev and you shouldn't rev. We've beaten plenty of cars. I've even got it in the stats, I guess, as far as how many have I won, I guess, as far as without revving. I wish it wouldn't kind of compare that stat of revving as opposed to not revving, but it don't. It just does races overall. There's more than 50% in my stats, I guess, as far as the races that I've won in comparison to what I've lost. So, in my mind, it doesn't really prove anything that you have to rev. I think it's just a silly thought. That's the way it should go every time. I could practice till I'm blue in the face. It's not going to change the fact I think having to rev is silly. Period. So we got a PN8 turbo with the slicks on it. No tuning on it. You know, ever since they came to the door here and asked about barbecuing, I can smell it out there now. They got everything grilling. So what we do, I guess, as far as around here every once in a while, especially when during the summer, we did this last year. We tend to pitch in, I guess, as far as for the stuff that's being cooked, just to kind of help pay for all the goods, because there's a lot of stuff, I guess, as far as so. I pitched in, of course, I guess, as far as because I don't really feel like cooking today. Let's put it that way. Call me lazy. So I can smell it out there. It smells delicious. Making me hungry. All right, so let's try this PN8 turbo. Whoops, got a little excited. That's not lazy, that's being resourceful. Well, yeah, that's what I think of it. I mean, they're already cooking it, right? They just looking for... It surprises me, though, because usually what they'll do is they'll go around prior, I guess, as far as to getting the goods, to start cooking it. So I guess somebody just jumped the gun and be like, you know what, we're going to do this. I guess they're just kind of taking it into stride, I guess, as far as a lot of people in the apartment complex, I guess, as far as we're game for it. why wouldn't you be? I mean, if you don't have to cook, it's just that much nice. And like I said, that's being resourceful. But man, yeah, I can smell it out there. The burgers and the hot dogs and oh god. Anyway, let's do one more of these before we wrap this up here. We had some fun here with this car. I still don't dislike the car. There's just certain things about it, I guess, as far as that kind of irks me a little bit, I guess, as far as how that works. So yeah, we know this one's going to beat us. There's definitely some room for improvement, maybe. I guess as far as with the car. That's got the V6 with the slicks. Should be able to beat that one. Yeah, we got a nice mix of cars based on how we got it set up. So I'm definitely not disappointed with it. Beautiful, awesome reaction time. Getting solid 10.6s, mid 10.6s. Very nice. Okay, we haven't gone, so we've gone against this engine, but not necessarily the C1. It's got a chunky amount of tuning to it as well. What do we got time-wise? So I think we might do one more run here, folks, I guess, as far as of putting this car into competition. We'll go from there. I think I kind of slept there a little bit. I definitely slept there a little bit. Oh yeah, we did. Holy crap, I'm gonna run that one again. I didn't think I slept that much, but holy smokes. Yeah, let me try that one more time. Just to kind of prove that we can beat that car. Okay, here we go. Nice, so we can't beat that car. I'm liking these results. So let's do this here, folks. We're gonna run, we're gonna do one more run here with this car in competition. Now we do kind of know which cars can beat us. So we're not, this is not a perfect car at all, but you've been able to see, I guess, as far as what it can do. So ruling out, I guess, as far as operator error, as far as red lighting, anything like that. This car's a solid runner, so we're gonna try it out on a quarter mile, Class A. Let's sign up for it. Okay, let's see who we got to go against up again. We've beaten this car. Both these cars. This one's got a significant amount of tuning. We do have a V6. Been able to beat that guy. Do we have any V10s? I don't see any. That's the only other Procar in here. So I'm feeling pretty good about this one here, folks. You can see the lineup here. Let's put this up for prediction. Can we make it all the way to the end? Based on what you've seen it can do in practice, as well as what the lineup is there. Can we make it all the way in? We'll do this final one here as far as for the stream. Before we wrap this thing up here. Feel free to use your sanity points, I guess, as far as to place your bets, I guess, as far as we can make it all the way to the end here. I gotta say, though, I am feeling pretty good about this one. We're going up against the Turbo. Okay. I don't know about this amount of tuning. Ooh, he's got a little bit more rating there, too. Yeah, this is a little bit iffy there. So, to kind of put that into perspective, I guess, as far as when you put your predictions in there. I'm just running down the line here. So the only other Pro car we got in here is one with the V6, which we know we can beat. We've beaten this one in practice. But some of these turbos here got a good amount of tuning. Decent amount of tuning. Alright, so now that's coming to a close. Some of y'all don't have very much faith in me, and might be fair to say. So once again, I guess as far as it goes, if I do red light at all during any section of these races here, we'll start it over and leave the prediction where it's at. Okay, so here we go. First race. Okay, first one's good. I kind of felt that I slept there a little bit, but yep, that was good. First one is good. Okay, next one we're going up against is a ZL1. No tuning on it. Now, we've been able to beat this one like butter, I guess, as far as in practice, so feeling pretty good about this race. So again, same as I've already said, if I do red light, we'll just start it over. Leave the prediction where it's at. I'm gonna try my best not to red light. Second race is good. Oh man, we creamed that ZL1. Creamed it. Alright, so moving along. Second race in the books. So our next race is going to be an SS Turbo. Not quite as much tuning as the first one we went up against. The other one had like twice as much. Okay, here we go. We're doing good so far. Third race coming up. I think my reaction time was shitty. Yep, it definitely was. Wow, yeah, you got a much better reaction time than us. Well, there it is. Yeah, I felt like I kind of slipped there just a little bit on the reaction time. Just a little bit. So I think that was my own fault, but might be your all's gain, because you had quite a few of you, I guess, as far as figured out would not make it. So we gotta go with the SS Turbo, because he did beat us. We're gonna go with that one. Put our bet on that guy and see how we did. And boop. Good bet. So we did make something good out of that. So y'all predicted properly that I would not. I had a little bit more confidence in myself than y'all did. So there you go. Appreciate everybody that did stick around here today. And we tried our luck on this BMW Procar V10 Special. I think it's a really cool car, as far as regardless of its inabilities. Not perfect by any stretch of the means, but it's pretty fun to drive. Fun to work on, fun to drive. So yeah, we got a lot of parts in our inventory as far as to sort through. I'll probably do that in the off stream. I'll take care of that in the off stream. We do need to give this a bath. Got a little dirty, I guess, as far as after being on the strip. Let's clean her up. And yeah, we'll go through the inventory here of all the stuff we can use on another flip of either one of these cars or another Carrera GT. That'll be pretty cool. Let's skip this over to lift day. And alrighty then, with all that being said, folks, I'm getting super duper hungry, smelling all this food, I guess, as far as it's cooking on the barbecue. Now that I've put my fair share, I guess, as far as into that, I guess, as far as having that happen, we'll be back here tomorrow here, folks, for Thursday, Thursday, doing our playback through. Yo, farming guy coming in at the late time here, because as far as we're just signing off here, we're going to send it off to somebody. So feel free to stick around, I guess, as far as on the outro. I want to see, let me refresh this and make sure they're still on. Are they still running? I think they're still on. Yes, they are still on. So they're doing some My Summer Car. I've been wanting to get into this game a little bit too, I guess, as far as playing a modded deal, I guess, as far as with some My Summer Car. we're gonna send it over to them, I guess, as far as, so if you can do me this favor, I guess, as far as to stick around for the raid on the outro of the stream, be much appreciated. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and we'll be seeing you around hopefully tomorrow. Later, everybody.